Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. Welcome back to one more session here to finish off this unit of Starfall Outriders. Armored Wolf, nice to see again. Boy, that the eyeball, I mean all the other stuff is as always fantastic, but boy that eye just looks so real. And of course a Zinch bag. How many, I guess the question is how many eyes would go on a Zinch bag? How many eyes does it take to make a Zinch bag? Let me just test some here, and yeah, that's dry. I'm telling you, man. Hey there, Landrast. So last night, yeah, look at this. It's all dry. That's dry. So Armored Wolf and Landrast, the three of us have been looking at that pieces of terrain out at the game store. So I don't think there was any word on when that's coming out, right? Hey there, Deck Knight. Look at this. Look at it. You actually get to see the pre-glaze this time, Deck Knight. Yes, you are right on time. A Deck Knight is never early or late. A Deck Knight just arrives precisely when they mean to. Maybe that's how that should go, right, Deck Knight? Wouldn't you say? A Deck Knight arrives just when they mean to. So yeah, they said soon, right? Soon. Um, the tower, I'm kind of hoping that can be modular. Queeze is not modular. Hopefully Queeze is not modular, especially not assembling miniatures and removing some parts. And a Megan. So Queeze and a Megan, hopefully not modular. But Megan did do stream number 3, right, Megan? So yeah, I guess for whatever reason, those don't show up until, well, X amount of stream. Hey there, Param. Nice to see ya. Let's see. Now, oh, actually, speaking of Underhills, I did get a couple of sets. I think it's 18, no, I think it's 12 poses of halfling archers and 12 poses of halfling militia. So we can now maybe start working on that halfling army. So sorry, Piram, as soon as I saw you there, you reminded me that I just last night was able to secure some halfling files. So everybody please give Megan that follow, because Megan is a streamer officially, doing her third stream. Again, she's working up towards those twice a day 11-hour streams. And then, of course, that's once that plateau has been reached, then the continuous 72-hour stream with no breaks or anything like that. That's what she's building up to. And the first raid. Actually, so who was it? Well, and so Megan, you rated Jimmy the Brush yourself, right? And that was really great. And it was a short stream, too, wasn't it? Hey there, Helligan. Boy, Param. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe it might be. Well, it's not going to show anything there. What about this one? Oh, fortunately, my. Well, it sort of cleared out my history. Sad. I didn't think it was going to do that. Oh well. Uh, Let me see if I can find the ones that I've actually. Well, no, I can't find that right now. Well, you'll hopefully I'll be painting them on stream, Param. But needless to say, I did get archers and just guys with swords and clubs and whatever, right? Rocks probably. It's actually none of the usuals, like the printing goes over on. And of course, now that I have those, you know that next month, Kurzlook, PGEO, Davale, Medbury, they're all going to be doing halflings. As soon as that's how it goes, right, Landrast? So they're 3D printed, Param. And unfortunately, I couldn't tell you because sadly my cart is now empty. I thought it would have saved the other stuff there, but and I also don't have my mini fact. Well, let me see if I can try and do this here. Again, I don't. It's not something that I usually am doing. Let me see if I can get to my own stuff here somehow. Not used to doing this. Well, here we go. Let's see. Well, that doesn't show it. Still not showing it. Of course, it doesn't. Yeah, sadly, it's not going to show me. which ones are which. Oh, here we go. Um, Actually, it doesn't even say. Oh no, it is Empire Miniatures. Param, it's Empire Miniatures. Hey there, DeGroen. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for that. Halligan, thanks. I know that you're still trying to clear the cobwebs there, so to speak, right? Thank you so much, Halligan. Appreciate that. Ah, so yeah, Param Underhill. It's Empire Miniatures. Actually, yeah, there's 12. Let's see, they got axes, they've got pitchforks. Well, I don't know if it's 12 actual poses, but thanks again, Halligan. No, let me get to my green over here. Oh, but by the way, where did you go? Here you are. If there's hopefully time tonight, we'll try and paint the movement tray as well. Not sure how that's going to work logistically there. So Megan, that was really fantastic. Now, who was it that rated you? And it wasn't one of those. What was it? 1,400 people that came in here when that one guy just. It's something that he does. He just picks brand new streamers and invades them with his vast amount of people to try and boost them into instant affiliate hood there. Ah, so it was tea kettle. Okay. So yeah, Megan, I've just been pronouncing it tea kettle because it's sort of like a tea kettle, but there's a cat involved. So hopefully that's right. I think that's right. So Pyram, I just take the Stynylrez Res and I just brush it on. This is my oil paints right here, but and it doesn't matter what the color is as long as it's something that's not white, not black, something that's kind of in between, something that's kind of neutral. So yeah, Pyram, I've got the militiamen and then the archers, and well, hopefully they're great. Have you ever? Oh, stupid! Why didn't I ask you this immediately? Have you ever printed out their stuff before? The eyes are for show, but do like tea kettle. Ah, okay. Oh, here we go. Back to our Van Dyke Brown. Ooh, smidge of thinner, not a bunch of thinner. Banner over here. Well, I did manage to file down those stupid things, those darn circles that were on her. These were a pain. I had to really, I mean, you can see I kind of filed away a good chunk of the actual banner right there to get rid of some of that stuff. So Param, I don't even know how I ran across those. Maybe I must have typed in halfling or something like that. Are they the greatest miniatures ever? Well, we don't know yet. But it wasn't terribly much. I think it was maybe $6 or $7. Well, it was maybe $12 total or something. And I thought, well, that's okay because I can print as many as I need, right? So Crazy Wolf, nice to see you too. Nice to see you again. Everybody, please give Megan that follow. Quiz, I hope that you're doing good. And well, Quiz, no, I think I asked you about those potential. I mean, how real are those? I don't know. Would you call them FAQs for 40K or modifications? I don't know. They're rumors right now, right? It's still all just rumors, or do you think that those are pretty much, well, that's what's going to happen? Now, again, I don't know anything more beyond just that. The golden set I'm going to get is a Starfall Knight. That golden set I'm going to get is the mounted Starfall Knights. The goldens, so they're more heavily armored, right? I'm about the same maybe as Knights of Casterly Rock. Would you say somewhere in that range? Not exactly like your Baratheons. I mean, even the Baratheons have cavalry that aren't super heavily armored. Hey there, Paint Liquor. And I think I see a Painter Legit. So Painter Legit, I see that Blades also joined you on a stream there. So thank you so much for the sub there, Painter Legit. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Of course. So I actually Painter Legit if you want to shout yourself out there and when you might be doing some more streams and such. We want to make sure that everybody gets all the loves, right? Because we're all in this together. That's for sure. So they have spears. Okay. Um, yeah. Hell, well, let me just get to my indigo here real quick. We'll do the indigo real quick here. Yeah, let's just dive into it. Let's dive into some indigo here. Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't remember what they're called. I just know it's another box of Cav because two boxes of Cav showed up at the same time, and one was the Starfall, and then I forget what the heck the other one was. I don't think I actually took them out to start prepping them yet, though. I thought I had. Ironically enough, that might have been a batch of Baratheons of all things. So again, everybody please give a follow there to Painterly Git. And so Painterly Git, hopefully there wasn't too much in the way of technical things to work out to do the, oh gosh, it's not a dual stream. What the heck do they call that? Yeah, look at me knowing all the stuffs. Not really. I only ever did one of co-streams or something like that. I only ever did one of those, and it was pretty clear early on that wasn't gonna be able to do too many of those in the future. Hey, Clover, it's great to see you. Oh, we also hit where the yeah. Still haven't found either of my pair of scissors, but I do think I have some a decent supply of sponges now. I went from basically none, at least chopped up sponges, to well, something a little bit more. So streaming Wednesday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. So everybody, please again give Painterly Git a follow so that you don't miss your notifications for that. Hey, Mikey, nice to see you. And again, please also give Megan Paints that follow. And Megan, all kidding aside, Megan's doing some pretty frequent streams right now, trying to attain that affiliate thing, which means you have to kind of stack those early streams together, pretty much. Thank you so much, Fletch. Appreciate that. Thank you, Fletch. Let's see. Oh, Blades took over the paint desk and set the face cam on a tripod to show your work. Well, that's a very ingenious solution right there, Painterly Git. Now again, the sponge stuff. Let's say you don't want to remove quite as much. See how there's a bunch of paint on this side? Well, maybe I just keep using that side instead of, well, either using the other side or a fresh sponge. So it'll remove some of the paint, as you can see, but not quite as much as what the fresh sponge does. Now Megan, the cat that you were doing today, that's another finished one, right? Because I know that you've kind of, okay, here's the stream, finished miniature. Here's the next stream, another miniature that we finish off. Thank you so much, Betulur. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Appreciate all the subs, of course, especially at this time. It's 4 months worth right there. Thank you so much for that. And also, of course, thanks everybody for contributing to that as well. We really appreciate that. And thanks, Halligan, for jumping into the fight. We appreciate that very much. Now again, I'm hoping to paint the movement tray too. It's going to mean a lot of brown matter and a lot of perline black, probably a lot of radiant green, and then radiant yellow, brilliant yellow pale, and then whatever else. So the cat is mostly done. I thought it sounded like you were really, really, really close to being done, but it was a shorter stream, right, than your other ones. Or what would you say, another hour or so, and maybe a half hour? And you could have called that one a wrap, so to say. We're building some stuff for Blade. Yeah, I saw the picture of she actually posted that on her Instas. So hopefully if Blades is in here, I forgot to send her a message. So tell Blades I'm sorry that I forgot to send her a message saying, hey, I saw your miniature there. Let's see, Sun Skirmishers. You know, actually Halligan, do the Sun Skirmishers have spears? And I think I have the dervishes. Yes, the whirling dervishes. I think I have those already. So, well, again, I'll try and get those prepped up so that we can have as much of a Martel army as possible. So only about an hour and a half seems. So, and Megan, it looked like you had, I could see your pictures of your miniatures cycling through there, so that had to feel really good to have those guys so people could see those and check them out as the stream went on. So there's about 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours sounds about right. Now let's get into our violet here. So Mikey, on the base here, I can get away with more thinner because this is super absorbent stuff. Desert dry clay, bulletin board cork, even the 3D printing material here. There's very little thinner that's going on the miniature, even though it's technically more of a bones plastic than anything else. Now I'm going to put a little bit. See, even that's almost too much. But Egyptian violet is part of the color here, so we can get away with. See, that's quite a bit of thinner right there. So typically on plastic metal figures, there's going to be less thinner, just because, well, reasons, right? It's not that absorbent of a surface. Okay, so I'm pretty sure, Halligan, that I've got the other boxes there. Now I also have the starter box, Halligan, so that might be in the starter box. Thanks so much, Blades, and congratulations, Blade. We've been talking about your first stream. We've been talking about that with Painterly Git. And of course, Blades, if you want to show your Instagram post of your newly painted miniature, it's like, oh man, I've heard about this Iron Horse stuff. Oh, this is scary. Away they go. And incoming. That's a hype train right there. So, so this thing doesn't poop all over the place, and it doesn't need hay. Hey man, what? So I'm no good for you anymore? So I like this idea of an iron horse. So, sorry about that. Thank you so much, Queez and Painterly Git. That's a Blitzkrieg. That right there qualifies as a Blitzkrieg. Yeah, so everybody, again, please give Megan Paints a follow. Give Painterly Git a follow. And of course, now we have yet another streamer. That would be Blades. So Blades, I hope it was a blast. I'm sure it was. And again, if you wanted to share the miniature that you are working on, that would be spectacular. So Blades, I guess the next question is, when are you going to live stream games of 40K? When are you going to do that? Because, well, let's see. How many playable, well, not just playable armies, but playable armies of a given size do you have? Whether they're sort of meta, what would you say, meta caught up or maybe a little bit behind on the meta? So doing another, hey there, Laminess. How you doing, Laminess? So yeah, actually, sorry we're starting a little bit later here. Kathy actually went to sleep at 7:30 or 7:15 or something like that. I wasn't quite expecting that, so we had to make some modifications in what I was going to try and do tonight. So Laminess, great to see you. Yes, Megan and Queez are already here. They're already here. So feel free to interact as needed. So again, we're just throwing some of our violet here. Not quite sure what's going to go in there. Is that going to be indigo? That might just throw some indigo in there. All right. Well, good to know. We'll just go with that. We got our violet over here. We got our violet over there. It's going to say, you know what? Grab me some Terra Rosa here. Just because. So that's, well, Megan, I know that sometimes it gets cozy, and it also gets rambunctious. It can be any one of those things when that triad gets together. They try the like a syndicate there, that the triad. So everybody, please check out Blade's Instagram right there, and of course, everybody again, please also give Painterly Git a follow. Now it takes me a little bit longer to see the chat stuff, because with this banner here and the thing that's coming, right, the movement tray, I've got the camera boom raised, so it's kind of in the way. I have to literally look through the camera boom to be able to see the chat. So there might be times where you might have to type things in a second time because I may not see it all right away. So again, everybody, please check those out. And of course, Megan, if you want to post your link tree, I'm sure people would love to see what you got to show them. So yeah, I think I'm glad I stuck with just the violet/magenta on the banner, and then we'll do indigo in the roundel, because why not? Indigo. Where'd you go? I think this has the indigo on it already. Indigo. Ooh, it's a little bit too much thinner right there. A little too much thinner. Let's take some of that down. We'll just leave that there. I won't even try to bother wiping that stuff away for a while, because no need to right now. Hey, Maze Blitz. Maze, absolutely no way to know that, sadly. The whole situation here, we thought maybe we were getting a handle on it. Unfortunately, that all changed this last week. So it went from a probably not to a maybe, possibly, to a oof, don't know about that. So that, unfortunately, that is going to be way up in the air. Obviously, we would love to be there, but with the current situation now, with the new modification to that could create lots of issues. Let's see. Time to get into our lighter stuff. Time to get into that. Now, where did that silver handle brush go? We just had that over here. It was a really nice little filbert brush. Oh, there you are. Yeah, so Megan, these things, again, what, Royal Langnickels? Never seen this color a handle on a Royal Langnickel. That's really cool. Okay, I'm going to go to my Radiant Violet and Radiant Yellow. Maybe a smidge of the yellow there. Touch of our brown matter here. And let's get after it now. Hey, Zoxy. Nice to see you, Zoxy. Hello, 22 months worth, 23 months worth, in fact. So Maze Blitz, hopefully you've been okay. Hopefully the holidays were good for you, and maybe things going well in the new year for you. Thanks, Maze. It's been really interesting. Now, of course, we have. This was the last night right here. This was the night before. And this was our tutorial video the night before that. So this is basically Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and now Saturday we're trying to finish off the unit here. And here it is. So again, the Martel Starfall Outriders. I keep wanting to say Starfoil. That's they're the conspiracy theory version of the Martels or something like that, wearing tinfoil, whatever. So yeah, that's the Starfoil. They're afraid of aliens, so they wear tinfoil hijabs or something like that. I don't know. Oh, thanks, Maze. Appreciate that. Again, hopefully you are doing really well. Here's the reason why we never use yellow ochre or burnt or raw sienna, because we just made it. And of course, this version is vastly superior to your bog standard, as some might say, yellow ochre / raw sienna. That's another color that's gone into the discard pile long ago. Long time ago. Well, when you already have existing colors that kind of do what that does better, it's sort of like Prussian blue, wiping out cerulean blue and cobalt blue and such. Hey there, Elite. How you doing? Nice to see you again. Let's start to lighten this up, shall we? Diving into our brilliant yellow pale, and as always, less is more and more is way too much, is it not? And these little filberts here, or sometimes not so little, it's another way to make sure you are just not getting too much paint on that miniature. Don't want to be stacking up that paint too much. So it is possible that Kathy might wake up, well, actually she's supposed to wake up at 10 to, I think, take some medications. So she might end up in the chat. Who knows? It depends, I think, on how easily or not she gets back to sleep. So maybe in that somewhere between 10 and 11 range, we might be seeing Kathy in the chat. So Elite, how many seasons were there of Voyager? I want to say 4, maybe 5. I think I can be pretty confident to say there was 4. I don't know about the 5th one. Param, we like to say that we're basically stealing. We're time thieves because you can just so easily do what otherwise might be, well, just a tad bit laborious. And the fact that you get all of these cheaty little color subtleties here, right? Now here, we'll do this on our horsey. We'll do this on our horsey. Here's another little filbert brush right here. Hey there, Bill. Voyager had 7 seasons. Now, I seem to remember there was one point, of course, who were the first bad guys? The Kazon, the bad hair guys? Yeah, did the bad hair aliens really show up much past season 1 or 2? So 7 seasons. Who were the guys that were the time... well, of course, there's time travel aliens in every Star Trek thing. But wasn't there a specific like time travel? Was that maybe that was the... yeah, I'm thinking the other series that came after that. But they were hunters. So they did leave the Kazon behind. Now, weren't there some... they were like a race of hunters or something like that? And they ran across them several times. Something along those. Again, it's been a long, long time since I've seen that show. In fact, I basically haven't seen it since it was actually still on TV. That's pretty much how long it's been since I've actually seen Voyager. So that's why my Voyager foo is weak for sure. Now look at this again. See all that dark color on there? That's our pre-glaze being picked up. Okay, so that's that makes sense. Wasn't there at one point there was like a little group of ships or something like that? Or was that some kind of alternate timeline Voyager? I don't quite remember. They didn't show up much after that. Sort of like how the Ferengi were supposed to be the big bad guys in Next Gen. And, well, that didn't quite work out as originally anticipated. Let me see. So, yeah, Bill, I'm fairly certain I'm past that 3rd season. I can't remember much of anything at all. So there you have it. See, right there, very easy, nice and easy to do that right here. Let me see if we can start to mess around with our indigo. Also, really yellow. Whoops. Okay, that wasn't supposed to be ultramarine blue. I was looking at that going, that is not indigo right there. Let me see. Now we're into our indigo. All right, it's like, ooh, that's got a lot of red. That has a lot of red in it for indigo. I don't care whose it is. And of course, we we know that indigo or any other color, you can look at pigment numbers all you want. Most of the time, that's pretty much irrelevant. Now, of course, I think it was a House of Cork, right? That was not too shabby. That was decent right there. I mean, Cork ended up, I don't know, maybe made the Ferengi just a little bit more interesting. So that's probably the thing I'm thinking about right there, Elite. That temporary alliance, because it was very much a... I could swear there were some Kazon ships in there. Maybe that's what made me think of it. So yeah, now Deep Space Nine. Actually, I did do a fair amount of paintings from Deep Space Nine. And of course, if you check out... No, well, I don't think I put it on the blog, but I actually did do a book of celestial mythology. It's called Captain Picard's Guide to Celestial Mythology. And among the races that were in there, Bajorans, so I basically created an entire sky mythology for them. And I have to say that was the most fun. We also did Romulans and Klingons, but the Bajoran sky mythology, that was super fun. That was a blast. And I did lots of artwork for that, made up all kinds of different stories for different constellations. Oh, I need some more red in this thing here. That's more like it. So, oh, thanks, Armored Wolf. Thanks. So I don't know if I might have put something of that on the blog. I may have. It's just, well, anything Star Trek, right? You best avoid putting anything like that anywhere on the internet, because they'll come down on you like a bunch of angry Borg or something like that. So yeah, you'll have a Borg cube landing on your lawn. So probably best not to do that. Of course, I think Deep Space Nine had a couple, at least 2 mirror universe episodes, possibly 3. Yeah, we're starting to work in some of our lighter tones here. Really makes the banners nice and easy to paint too. Let me grab a little bit more of the radiant, but some more of the red chucked in there as well. Now, so Landress, do you have M-Teles at the Casa also? Or coming to the Casa? I know you're at the game store right now, but wasn't sure if you guys were going to be getting together back at Shea Landrast after the game store. What the heck, we'll lighten that up a smidge more. So Blades, again, I hope that you enjoyed your stream, and of course, again, everybody please also give Megan Paints a follow. Megan is 3 streams in, and Megan, actually, hey Megan, how close are you to your little milestone there? You're wanting to get to your 200 followers. Hopefully you're really, really, really close to that, and then maybe if that it's not already reached, if you reach it on stream here, maybe we can do a Megan hype train. Rurik, how you doing? So what are we, about 15 minutes in? 34 minutes in. And of course, we don't have the primered version anymore because we done covered that up right quick, didn't we? Now, I do hope to get back to our regular Saturday challenges. This new thing, I don't know. I thought we were about to, but what was nice is we could have one that, say, was just pre-glaze, then one like this that was kind of added to the pre-glaze, and then one like this that was the finished stage. So this is obviously where we are heading now. This is what we're headed towards. So the primer is actually, believe it or not, completely irrelevant because sometimes it's just gray like that. Sometimes it's a crazy, almost like a pinkish color. This one is just sort of a weird greenish yellow. I think oh boy, I don't know if I can grab this one safely. I think I can. Let's not break this thing. So see there, it's got kind of almost a Terra Rosa type of a feel to it right there. Hey there, Wolf Parable. Nice to see you again, Wolf Parable. Thank you so much. And literally every primer color in between. I mean, you name it. It's as long as it's not white, as long as it's not black, as long as it's reasonably neutral. That's the key thing, because as you can see, it's all covered, right? Because oil paints they're nice and opaque. They are nice and opaque, especially now that we're using our radiance and such. You can see just how nice and opaque that is. So Wolf Parable, I hope that you're doing well. That's 10 months worth of subscription. Appreciate that. Hopefully your painting new year is off to a good start. I guess maybe we should redefine. How is your painting new year going? So Elite says that there were 5. I just remember the intended, and then of course you had I think the Klingons were part of that, and then you had well, the human empire was basically sort of a resistance type of thing. So yep, everything that's painted here is all done with traditional artist oil paints. Here's our 3 brands. These two, very similar in price and very similar in quality. The Williamsburg, will cost you more, but the handmade, that is really, that is totally serious. Well, yeah, Wolf Pair, I mean, a little bit each day, right, is better than a not a little bit each day. And thank you so much, Cuthbert. It's all good, right, Cuthbert? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I think I see Elohim in the house. I do see Elohim. Thank you so much, Elohim. Appreciate that. Much appreciated. Oh, let me see here. So, Elohim, we did end up with the Army of the Dead completely, again, also with the oils. This even has fluorescent oil paint on it that we actually made ourselves, mixed it ourselves. So, Elohim, again, thank you so much for, thanks so much for this. That right there is contraband. That is valuable contraband right there. So thanks for the sub too, Lon. That's 2 baker's dozen. 2 baker's dozen. Now let me get to maybe no. First I'm gonna go 1 level lighter here, and then we'll do our lighter green on our palm tree there. So thank you so much. Appreciate the subs there. So Loim, I hope that things are going well for you. Same thing, Wolf Parable. I know that there's a lot of people that, well, the new year just meant new struggles. Yeah, Rig, fortunately, I never really was drinking too much of the paint water, because this was usually how much my paint water was usually in something like this. So fortunately I wasn't too tempted to grab that. I know there's folks that have coffee mugs or something like that for their paint water, and every so often they chug down a healthy dose of their paint water, or maybe not so healthy dose, I guess you could say. And of course, look at this, the thinner that we use is even less. That's all we use as far as thinner goes. So not lots of stuff. Doesn't take very much at all. Very little, because we're actually not using very much oil paints either. This is essentially just a little bit of a dry brush that we're doing here. But unlike the acrylics, the oils are so easy to spread around. You just don't have to fight them quite the same way. Now here we'll get a little bit. You see, I didn't even clean the brush or anything like that. Look how we get this brush. Just 2 fingers on that brush. Just 2 fingers. Now you can see some of that darker color already starting to get on the brush. That means that this is all mixing, well, like it should, right? Just like it should. Now, Loim, does it look like things maybe in this year might give you a chance to do a little bit more in terms of some miniature painting? Because I know that you remember the orc, a couple of orcs that you did with the really snazzy basing. I think one of them had an arch, right? I think one of them had an arch, and then you did some of the stonework. I think it was a combo of a few different things. I believe some of the foam was also used. And did you also use some epoxy sculpt when you were doing those bases? Sorry, my memory is well, it's never great these days. It's pretty much non-existent. All right, so see that look, nice and easy, right? Which is good because if we are going to get this movement tray also painted here, and again, this is DAZ air dry clay and 3D printed palm trees. Fabulous. Oh, actually, Loim, that was my original thought, was to actually combo the DAZ air dry clay with the tree bark. I've got plenty more of these to do and plenty more of some other stuff, so we'll try and use the tree bark that way in combination with our DAZ air dry clay sort of sand dune basing. Have to admit, I really enjoy the heck out of it, and it's, speaking of Lord of the Rings, our entire Harad army is based that way. Now, with the palm trees, especially now that I got a bunch of these guys printed out, we will be painting. Oh, and I also need some sneaky snakes. Yeah, we're gonna make lots of sneaky snakes for our Far Harad army. Not just the Mahoods, we also have some infantry. So we've got both of those. All right, that's enough of the greenest stuff. I'm going to switch back over here to some of the the brilliant yellow pale. So that is the key, Rig. It really is the key, and you're going to see. Well, this will be quite the demonstration right here. This is my favorite part, including the pre-glaze here. We're just going to take this and go like this, like this. Yeah, let's throw some up here, here, here. Look at this, is precision brushwork, man. You will not get this on any other channel, I guarantee you. You don't get this. Look at that. Look at that precision right there. I mean, look at the quality of that brush. Ah, that just never gets old. I gotta tell you. It just never will. Now let's grab ourselves a blending brush and we'll take all of those really nasty things. And all of a sudden, wow, they look very different, does it not? And we'll just do that everywhere. We'll tap, tap, tap here and there. Suddenly, what was once just a big old nasty blob, well, that looks slightly different, does it not? Doesn't look like this here. Not at all. Candle, tap, tap, tap. Spread this around. Seconds, not hours. Seconds. Look at that. Yeah, that's what we love to do here. We'd love to do that here. So yeah, paint liquor, it's almost laser-like precision. I mean, look at this, right? That is what you call careful brushwork right there. Now look at how we're rewarded for that careful brushwork. See that? Look how we just get absolutely rewarded for that. uh, just never gets old, does it? In fact, it just keeps getting crazier. Now, where's my other... We got another one of these. Will you save that as our other micro blending brush here? We got this one too. There's this guy here. So we're gonna come back in with, I think that's got our indigo on this side. Let's come back with a little bit of indigo here and darken up a few areas with, again, that simple little dry brushy thing that we love so much. And then we switch on over to some Van Dyke Brown. Boom, kind of go the other way here. Get a little bit of shadow going back in there once more. Same over here. Down on these guys, these muscles over here. For here on his neck, same deal. Haunches over here. So actually, Bill, if you wanted to share any of those Reaper figures that you were working on there, and then, sorry, I forgot to ask you last night if you wanted to share those things. I know you have a bunch of those pretty large Reaper figs there that you've been working on. If you wanted to share those in the chat, sorry about that. I completely spaced on that. Again, the memory is never all that spectacular, but especially lately, with all the weirdness going on, that's gonna be even impacted somewhat more, shall we say. But you can see how we just don't have to hashtag no layers. Hashtag no layers. Don't need them. Not necessary. Even here, let's say on this banner pole, I'm going to just take Terra Rosa, some of this. Just going to slap that on there. We'll just slap some of that here for some skin tone. Just because. On that hand over there. Micro blending brush. Oh, look. We'll just spread that all around here. Why am I sitting there gonna waste we only got so much life in us. Why spend it layering? And I can just do something like that, and then maybe take some of this lighter green here. And poof. Very quickly. Have some shading on the banner pole. Because, I mean, do we really want to spend our lives painting a stupid banner pole? My vote is for no. That's my vote. That is definitely my vote. And let me get some more of that Indian yellow into this. Again, more precision brushwork here. Let's blend that into what's already here. Because no layers. We'll let that set, and we'll then bring in some more of our lighter stuff later on. Thank you so much for that follow, Erg. I bet we did that on this Gandalf right here. All that texture, see all that the Gandalf of many colors right there. There's blues, greens, oranges, and all that kind of stuff in there. This was all done wet into wet, just like what we're doing here. And he says, oh, come on. He's like, you're not going to ask me about the Blue Wizards. He's like, I've given up on those guys. I mean, is there really anything left of them besides like a couple of spoonfuls? She's like, I don't think so. So, yeah, I think we can scratch their tickets back to Valinor. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Hi, Rasco. Well, geez, Rasco, I kind of hope in a way that it really does. Well, makes it less scary, right? Because man, there's too many things that just make everything look scary, right? Scary, difficult, whatever the heck you want to call it. Uh, it would be nice if something could just look a little bit easier, right? And not quite so difficult, not quite so impossible. Unobtainium, right? Is that the thing we're trying to avoid? Here, let me get back to the. Ooh, there's a heck of a lot of thinner on that. Let's back off of that just a smidge there. And I don't mind. Look at this. There's indigo mixing in with this right now. I do not care. I care not. It's such a tiny thing. Get to the other side. Do the same thing. Hey, Revelist. Nice to see you. Ah, boy, Rascal. That's another thing I hope. I really do because, well, you've heard me talk about it a bunch of times, right? There's a whole bunch of things in everybody's life that are just, well, anti-fun. Like fun canceling. Yeah, the life is sort of a fun canceling device. So if we can maybe bring back a little bit of fun into it, holy smokes, well, that's something every single one of us could use. I know I could use it, and I'm pretty sure that everybody in the chat says, oh, wait, something that brings back some of my fun? I wouldn't hate that at all. No problem there, Loim. We're just getting underway. Just getting underway. Hey there, Chris. Chris, it's nice to see you. So, Chris, I hope that the painting side of New Year, it looks promising for you. I know that for a lot of folks, the New Year was really no better than the last. It just was a continuation of those various punches to the face. We are familiar with that here. All too familiar with that. So hopefully, if you can at least have some fun with regular life, hopefully you can at least have some fun with the miniature painting. Because I'm not kidding about that. We all need to have ourselves some funs, right? I think we got Da Hitman in the house. That is Mike Da Hitman. On comes Gandalf. He says, "You're not going to tell me to go across that bridge, are you?" He's like, "Well, yeah." Like you realize there's no like guardrails on that. It's like dwarves. They don't really care about guardrails. Like the horse is probably not going to cross that. He's like, "Well, you don't really need the horse." It's like, "Well, you're just going to go in the middle of that and break it anyways." It's like, well, there is a bow rug on the other side. Shouldn't have mentioned that. So Rascal, there is more to be done, but we want to give we don't want to be hasty little hobbits, right? We want to give that plenty of time to set. So usually I would be working on several figures at once, but here, since we're just doing the one at a time thing, you can see here that there is some more targeted darks and some more targeted highlights. We also have to do all of the bridle and that other stuff, the mane, the tail. But at a certain point, we have to let that sit. Give it 15-20 minutes, work somewhere else, swing back around into that. Doing the Skaven army right now. So Chris, is there any special theme to it? I know there was a Skaven army I wanted to do, which was going to be Pinky and the Brain themed, and it was going to be, well, essentially, what is it, a plague rat army? And it was going to be lab rats in lab coats. So they're all going to be white lab rats. I was going to modify their cloaks so that they looked like lab coats, and we were going to give them pocket protectors and glasses and all that kind of stuff. That was the Skaven army that I was thinking about doing. Obviously, we were going to scratch sculpt some sort of Pinky and the Brain figures. That idea had lots of it. It would have been very, very fun. Of course, once Sigmar happened and they well, wiped out the 2 armies that I had. And I was going to be doing a Bretonnian army first, actually. The Bretonnian army was going to follow up on the Tomb King's army. But we never even got to the Bretonnians. Okay, so each clan going to be in different colors. Oh, that's a good idea. That's definitely a good idea. Modular army, right? A modular army to get maximum usage of it, of course. But that's going to be a little, some of these areas, I'm not sure how much we'll focus on them since it could be difficult to get on the camera. We'll see. So Rasco, sometimes the miniature is going to determine that. And obviously something like this with a desert theme, that's going to be, wouldn't you say maximum daylight, I would suppose. Now, of course, here's our... So Army of the Dead, a little bit different, right? We're almost thinking, well, this is the light source. We're thinking lots of glow, very diffuse, sort of illuminating the landscape around it. And then, of course, well, when you have something like our Dunlendings here, where they got everything is on fire around them, well, that's going to be a whole different look. And then, of course, well, you bring in our Moria armies, where you've got sort of the off-camera light sourcing like that. That's going to have its own impact. Now here with our Khazad-dûm, our Nazgul, you can see there's some distant torch lights there. Just little pinpoints of torch lights that are on them. Some poodle bat swarms for Crazy Wolf's Bretonnian army. So yeah, Urg, that was it just seemed, it was supposed to be for the Fluffy Bunny, that's right. Yeah, it's going to be for the Fluffy Bunny tournament, where basically theme of your army counts as much, if not more, than battle points. And hilarity is not just suggested, but required almost. Let me, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna start thinking about some of my lighter magentas in here just to set something here. Let's get this. Let's get our reds going. Now, of course, my Bretonnian army was going to be essentially a continuation of my Tomb King's army, right? And my Bretonnians were going to be tainted by Tzeentch, just like my Tomb King's army, because the Bretonnians have been questing in the Tomb King's land, and they have brought back artifacts that were tainted by Tzeentch. So that was going to be we were going to have Pegasus Knights with multiple colored wings and basically looking like shall we say, sort of your equatorial bright-colored birds, something along those lines. Obviously, the regular Bretonnian Knights were going to have a couple of heads, maybe an extra shield arm. Horses might have 5 legs on them or something like that. It was definitely going to be very fun. So Revlis, sorry you haven't been able to find that vice that you're looking for. I don't think I have. Do I actually? Well, technically, I guess you could say I have one hobby vice here. Well, we all have a hobby vice. Too many miniatures. So Sauron at 1/12 scale sounds really good. So yeah, Paint Liquor actually, believe it or not, they even had. They were already here. Let me move this up here. They were already on the wall of our temple here, or our tomb city. Oh, there we go. So yeah, there's our Tomb King army again, tainted by Tzeentch, and you see the top wall there with the obelisk and everything. Actually, that had the story of the Bretonnians. Wait a minute, let me get to, there we go. So now you can see a little bit better. You can actually see some Bretonnian Pegasus Knights on that wall, in addition to some Empire guys. So the back wall there told the entire story of the Tomb King's army. And as you can see, there's see the carrion birds with the multicolored wings and multiple heads. That's kind of what we were going to do again with the Bretonians. And obviously lots of Zinchi designs and that sort of stuff. I thought that really could be very interesting. Now, of course, well, I suppose you could say the next fantasy army we would be doing would be the Chaos Dwarves, because they have an entire Chaos Dwarf army printed out. That's going to be a whole series of tutorials on the Patreon page. Well, definitely an army painting series, but also just maybe some color theory and oils, definitely some basing episodes, some other standalone episodes or series, like the Great Taurus, of course. Hey there, Katerina. Thanks, Eric. Appreciate that. That was my last army, or last fantasy army. 2014, that was my Adepticon tournament army. About 2 weeks after that, Sigmar came out, and I became a verb to be Tomb Kinged. Also, my Lizardmen got wiped out at the same time, so needless to say, we have not, we haven't taken that dive into Sigmar, and never will, which is okay because, well, there was Warcry that came along, and you've got the old world shall return. That'll work out just fine. Hey there, Katerina. So I hope that you had yourself some sleep last night and you had yourself a good Saturday today. There's Landrast back at the Casa. So Landrast, hopefully the trip to the game store was either productive or not too costly, right? Because it can be both of those things. It can work out that way. How's about we get some light over here too on the headscarf? You can see there's a hashtag no layers, right? This is significantly lighter than everything else that's already there, because I can mix it all, I can blend it all. You don't see a whole lot of blending on the palette, do you? Well, that's because this is my palette. With the oils, well, it's pretty much the same thing with the acrylics too. What am I talking about? We do the same thing with the acrylics. This becomes our palette. Painting palette miniatures, that is another way to also not get all those armies done. Well, I'm glad that's not hurting quite so much. Oh, and 3 miles printed and put together. Now, Landrast, what were you going to be using the Dark Earth on? You'll have to show me. You'll have to show me that, because, gee, I know you told me at one point how many different AK kind of ground cover, well, texture paste type things you had. It was a fair amount. So yeah, Erg, back in 2014, as you saw, well, here we'll show you. Well, we can show you the Lizardman army too, because this is how armies used to be on square bases, and they were on movement trays, and they were in units like this and like those. And even your individual champions, they were on square bases, which went into units like this, like our Skink and Croxigor unit. And there's her Temple Guard unit up there. I mean, there was skirmishing stuff, but most thing was on movement trays like this. So that's what Warhammer was. What's funny is that I think once a bunch of other game systems came out, that, oh, guess what, we're on movement trays like this, and well, at least movement trays and units were back. Well, then I think Games Workshop realized maybe we should go back to that. Using it for some Rangers, and then giving a sprinkle of. Well, we know we love our Luke's APS, right? Actually, I have to go see if there's any more ground covers that Luke's has, because those. I have been so pleasantly surprised by those over the last couple years. It should be interesting, right? Paint liquor. Now, I know the only sketches that I've seen, and they were literally just drawings, were Kislev, right? It was just Kislev. Because Warhammer, gosh, I mean, I think back in 2014, no, wasn't it the 25th anniversary back in 2011, Armored Wolf? Remember? Because they had a 25th anniversary of Warhammer book. And I remember I got one of those at Games Day. It was something like Spirit of Warhammer Award or something like that, and I think it was my Orc War Boss got that or something for fantasy. Well, not War Boss, but by whatever he was. Whatever that was. Here, let's get some of our lighter yellow/golds out here. Now, I don't know if anybody else has seen maybe more updated stuff as far as drawing. I'm pretty sure they haven't shown any miniatures for Old World. But it would be interesting. Obviously, was it Warcry? Since I can use my Ossiarchs for Warcry and such, that works for me. I don't think there will ever be Ossiarchs in the Old World. Well, who knows? Maybe there will be. Hey there, Pendrake. I don't think they've announced anything recently. And by recently, I mean in the last couple of weeks, but I think there might have been some kind of chatter a few months ago, maybe, about Old World. Galen, nice to see you back. How the heck are you doing? So yeah, they made it very clear that the Old World is basically Warhammer Fantasy. It won't be War Master, because there was getting to be a lot of conjecture that it would be of a smaller scale, which, like you say, it would make sense, right? Right, Galean? But they put the axe on that. They made it very clear that it was going to be the old Warhammer scale. Wow, Moline really wipes out those things, so we'll just have to draw those things right back in there. Oh, geez, thanks, Katerina. Appreciate that. Let me do a little bit of a switch here with our glasses, and we're good to go again. What were they? Regiments of Renown. Remember those things? Actually, I think the Wolf Rider, the Goblin Wolf Riders, the Conquistadors, weren't those part of the Regiments of Renown? There was some others. Well, basically every army sort of had some weird special type of thing or whatever that was part of, that had a representative in Regiments of Renown. Actually, wasn't Kislev sort of part of that too? So thank you so much, Katerina. Appreciate that. Oh, by the way, there's a decent amount of thinner on this. Why? Because thin paint sticks to thicker paint, and vice versa. Also going to have to get some other colors reflected in on this for sure. Let's get some darks in there too. Boy, Pendrake, the only thing I can say we might have Regiments of Renown wise would probably be the Goblin Wolf Riders. The old ones, right, with the stubby plastic wolves and the metal Goblin Riders or whatever. That's the only one I can honestly say for sure we have around here. And Urg, actually, I actually do some 2D. All right, we'll also do terrain. I mean, we kind of do everything. We do some sculpting. We do a bunch of stuff, but we also have a blast with some 2D art. And we actually get to do the whole Bob Ross thing, right, with the happy little mountains and the happy little, oh, here's some happy little trees. Some happy little Lothlorien Malor trees right there. And happy little clouds and happy little orcs burning down all of the happy little trees. Happy little orcs munching on all the brain matter from the happy little elves. That sort of thing. Everybody's happy. Because, the orcs, they're not bad. They do what they do, right? They're all happy. They're all happy together. So that's Medjugorje. We actually did do Edoras here. Somewhere. Oh, there's Edoras. Oh, look, in the 3 hunters plus Shadowfax. So there's some Edoras there. Oh, look, always respect the Umbar. For whatever reason, whenever there's a shore leaf, stuff catches on fire. Who would have thunk that? Who would have thunk? Oh, here's our Osgiliath with the Witch King checking out his next target. Wonder where the heck is the Ramus Icor? Wouldn't you say they're paint liquor? I mean, orcs gotta have fun too. They gotta eat. They gotta eat sometime. If it's some elf brains or something like that, I mean, again, orcs gotta eat. Maybe it's a little bit. Maybe it's some halfling legs, which of course, yeah, you know what? They taste just like chicken. Just like chicken. Halflings taste like chicken. Apparently, elves also taste like chicken. Not sure how dwarves taste. They might taste more like pork. I'm not sure. Okay, we've got. We're also going to do when this violet here sets a little bit. We're going to come back into that, and we're probably going to do a little bit of freehandish pattern in that area too. Something simple. Now, see all this color that's going on here? If I tried doing this 20 minutes ago, well, especially something like 40 minutes ago, good luck. Good luck. It ain't going to stick there. But right now, you see it's, look at this. We're able to actually cover that, yet it's all wet. As I keep doing this, see that's actually mixing together. That's why I don't have to do a whole bunch of extra shading, right? Because we already have colors that are just sitting there. Just let that all mix together. Why not? Pendrake. I think. Doesn't Farmer Maggot also have chickens? Oh, speaking of which, I also got basically a pig farm. It was something like $4. It was from the same guys that did the French early war army. So I thought that could be a fun, again, some kind of an objective thing or something, right? The orcs are looking to, or the Dunlendings are looking to take out a Rohan pig farm or something like that. Or something in the Pelennor fields. So yes, I now have a little pig farm complete with little piggies. And of course, now that we have all those Hobbit files, because I have Hobbit files, but they're basically Fellowship. They're pretty much, Schmodo, Schmanwise, Ganji, and Schmippen and Schmerry. So they're kind of obvious who they are. These nicely are just regular old Hobbit militiamen. So I think there are chickens in Middle Earth. I could be wrong. Well, I think it's like, exactly who are you calling chicken? Wasn't that stupid wizard, was it? I tell you, if I see him, I'm going to end him. It's like, oh, yeah, I heard you got a beef with him. He's like, yeah, well, how would you like it? You're like king of eagles, right? And some idiot thinks you're his personal Uber. It's like, yeah, calls me up and says, hey, I need a lift to so-and-so place. It's like, dude, I don't like the idea of that. It's like, you're telling me. That's Gua here. Still has a bone to pick with Gandalf there. Not terribly happy. That's just how it goes in Middle Earth. Just don't jump on the back of something, because you never know if that thing may not want you just jumping on its back. Not a good idea. I think Gandalf's going to have to learn that lesson the hard way. There's a little more thinner. You know what? We're going to charge in over here to our brilliant yellow pale, because reasons. Oh, look where my hand is on this brush, right? Closer to the back of the brush than the front of the brush. Welcome back, Ringbolt. Welcome back, Ringbolt. So here's the last miniature of the unit. Hopefully, we also maybe can paint the movement tray. It would be nice, wouldn't it, Ringbolt? So again, yeah, just thinking that those great eagles in their area are just they're just waiting for you to call them up for a ride. That's not going to go quite as well as you think it is. So yeah, Ring Bowl was this? We're at 1 hour 16 minutes into the last figure from our Starfall Outrider unit. We're getting there. Starting to put in a little bit more of a, shall we say, a detailed type of stuff here. How's about let's get some light over on this side too. Then we'll have to come back in with maybe Van Dyke Brown and Egyptian Violets for some really nice, rich darks in a few places. Oh, there we are. Oh, and these have to be violet. That was the other thing we found out last night. I had to make a little bit of a change to some of the other ones there. Just a smidge of a change. Now, let me get some skin tone here on that face. Maybe not so much with the brown matter. Maybe even a little bit more with the yellow here to get that off of the magenta. Just get some of that shoved down here. You know, I'm also going to put a decent amount of thinner into that. Decent amount of thinner. We'll be coming back with some darks too on that face, I'm sure. The hands, as always, a mold line runneth through them. And we deal with it. We deal with it as best as we can, don't we? Of course, that's the advantage of the 3D printed stuff. Oh, by the way, that Gua here that you saw, that was from Printing Goes Ever On. One of several 3D printing folks that we utilize for our Lord of the Rings goodness. And of course, they all play the game, so they realize that if you have an eagle in this pose without the wings hanging out, this is way more playable in Lord of the Rings than with the whole wings spread out thing. It's not like you don't want to have any of those, but this is kind of handy when you get those inevitable scrums, right, where you get wings hanging over stuff and things are being knocked over and everything else. Let's see. Yeah, Ringbolt. I keep thinking, oh yeah, that's right. The Soviet paratroopers in Second World War, when they had no parachutes, but Zhukov said, well, the snow is deep enough. Push them out of the planes. At least half of them should probably make it because the snow should be deep enough. That's the birds might just think the same thing. It's like, oh look, there's some snow there. That should be a nice soft landing. What could possibly go wrong? And next thing you know, you have some stains on the hillside that used to be the Fellowship. Let me see if we can get our dark up here too. Right there. There we go. See that See, there's our edge contrast. It's not just a light versus dark contrast. There's an edge contrast there now. Do the same over there. Do the same right here. Again, on the fingers there. We have a little bit of thinner there, but not so much thinner that it becomes a pin line wash. We don't want that. Yeah, ring bolt, you never know when, just for fun. Who knows, maybe the Eagle version of darts is just picking somebody up and seeing if they can drop them into a certain volcano. Or drop them onto the spikes of Orthanc or something like that. So yeah, you never want to be subject of a game of Eagle long darts. Yes, that lawn darts was so much fun as a kid, right? Forget this Nerf gun stuff. Lawn darts teaches you far more than Nerf stuff does. Any lesson that you learn in lawn darts is going to be very permanent. Erg, it's very possible they might use them maybe for some weathering things, but it's probably doubtful that they would use them, well, the way we use them here, which is for the whole darn thing. I'm guessing they probably don't. Now, it's possible that they do, but they may not have time. Now, that's another thing, too, is that they may not get time to do anything else besides the constant sprue painting or whatever that they're doing in ye old GW style. It's very possible that they never see the light of day. That's all they're doing, is just painting stuff for new sprues. So Pendrake says that in the BO5 armies there, orcs may or may not have been used as a, a form of aerial attack. Pick them up and drop them somewhere else. De Gruen, I believe that's something called when gravity attacks. Yes, who would have known that gravity is such a hostile force? Gravity can be used for good, it can be used for evil. Now, in the case of most contrast paint jars, most people would say that gravity is used for evil. Especially when you have those self-spilling containers, auto-spill containers. Which, well, needless to say, that's why we really like a tube like this that costs actually less than one of those self-spilling jars, yet this will last not just one age of Middle-earth, but likely all the way to the 4th age of Middle-earth. Hey there, Hannah. How you doing? Hannah, we've actually had we've had a couple of Gandalf appearances. However, I don't know how much Gandalf we're going to see because we've seen a lot of Gwahir. And as we know, Gwahir is he is no fan of Gandalf. So Gandalf, he might be trying to lay low right now. I can't confirm nor deny that, but if Gandalf knows that Gwahir is on the prowl, as we say, that that might inhibit Gandalf's appearance just a little bit, right? He might be a little bit worried, a little self-preservation there. I mean, as it is, he's trying to tell everybody else to cross that bridge there in Khazad-dûm, telling him, there's nothing to worry about. There's no Balrog on the other side. Hannah, actually, if anything else, Gwahir is trying to create a revolt among all other ridden animals and ridden creatures in Middle-earth, which is unfortunate because I have not one but 2 Great Beasts of Golgoroth that I printed out, and apparently Printing Goes Around just did a 3rd Great Beast of Golgoroth. And obviously we have Oliphants to paint. Hey there, Dio. How you doing? Nice to see you. Everybody, if you could please give Diomedes Industries a follow, that would be sensational. So Dio, I hope that you had yourself a good weekend, and of course, hopefully all the Cobalt stuff went really well. I guess that is now completed, right? So again, Urg, we have a slightly different version of Lord of the Rings here. We call it the Silly Marillion. So yeah, there's a slightly different version of Lord of the Rings here. Slightly modified story right now. Dark Queen Schmaladriel actually has the ring. Originally borrowed by Boromir after he helped the hobbits over a certain cliff at Amon Hen, which he then gave to a certain cave troll for safekeeping, which, well, that didn't work out so well for Boromir or for Alex. So the campaign, it never dies until all the... So, Dio, the campaign doesn't die until all the kobolds do? Well, I guess if they all died, you could just have a ghost campaign, I suppose. The ghost of all those kobolds. Hey there, Tea Kettle. How you doing? If everybody could please also, in addition to giving Dio a follow, please give Tea Kettle a follow. So Tea Kettle, I think you were Megan's first official raid. So thank you so much for doing the raid thing for Megan. And of course, Dio, if you want to show off some of the leather stuff there, please shout yourself out there. Should have done that already. Sorry about that, Dio. Now again, brain not working really well, is it? Dio, didn't you... well, the campaign is too many kobolds, or insane amount of kobolds, or vast number of kobolds, or an inordinate amount of kobolds. Glad that was lots of fun, and again, Megan's super excited about that. That was her first raid, I believe. That was her first raid, so very kind and generous of you to share the love there with the fellow streamers. Again, everybody, in addition to giving Tea Kettle a follow and Diomedes Industries, also follow the Pyro Club. Pyro Club is a fantastic place to hang out. So many fun things to see being streamed there. You won't see Arathu being streamed, but Arathu might be in a stream. There's Megan. And everybody, again, please check out Diomedes Industries. Lots of fabulous stuff there. So Arathu, hopefully you're doing good. Nice to see you, as always. Urg, we offered that to Amazon for far less than $1 billion, and sadly they turned us down. They turned us down flat. We had literally had all the cast of characters. I mean, look at this. Here's Dark Queen Schmaladriel right here. She says, "Here, I got some good news for you. I got some good news for you. You're gonna love me. I'm gonna be dark and terrible. There is a downside. You will despair. That's it's just like it's for the greater good." He's like, so I thought it was supposed to be the other guy with the ring. Like, oh, those little dudes right there? Yeah, no, see, it was way better that I have the ring, because check out my fancy dress here. So yeah, there's again, Dark Queen Schmaladriel with the ring. And of course, Alex the Cave Troll. He says, what am I supposed to do? Do I look like I have pockets? Somebody hands me a stupid little ring. He says, keep this. I just swallowed it, man. It's like, you didn't have to eat all 20 loaves of lambus bread that she gave you all at once. It's like, try my diet for a while. You'll be eating all them loaves just like I did. It's like, dude, that kind of left a mess behind. It's like, yeah, even she wasn't so sure about digging into that for the ring. Again, slightly different version here. Hey, Valfera. So Valfera gets a free... It walks into a showing of the Silly Marillion right there. Hey there, Nurgle Matthew. Same thing for Nurgle Matthew. Stepping right into the fire of a showing of the Silly Marillion. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf. Appreciate you posting that there. Again, and we appreciate everybody that has contributed that. Halligan, thank you so much for doing that this evening. And of course, Val Fair, hoping that maybe, well, I'm sure there's soreness involved, but maybe less grogginess. So great to see you again there, Nurgle Matthew. Great to see you again, of course. You know what? I wanna chuck in a couple of more lights here. And again, why am I gonna sit there and layer all that stuff? Hashtag no layers, baby. Here, let me grab one of our blending brushes right here. Let's see if we can use something like this guy here. So yeah, that's well, needless to say, the fiber content of lambus bread is way higher than what you think it is. Yes, indeed. And unless you're unless you're used to an extreme fiber diet, you might want to stick to just 1 or 2 loaves of lambus bread at a time. And Erg, we actually have some backdrops here for the Silly Marillion, of course. So yes, there are painted backdrops for it. I mean, needless to say here, we've got, oh, looky there, looky there. Along comes Sarma, says, look at this, man. This is my pet. This is where I hang out. They're pretty stupid for just handing me the keys for it, but then they're just dumb old humans. I'm a Maiar. I may or may not have a ring in there. May or may not have a Palantir in there. But if I do have a ring, you know what? Not going to give it to Sauron. Of course, along comes Grima. He's like, he never lets me use the stupid Palantir. All I want to do is Google some stuff. He won't let me use it. Not quite sure what Grima's going to be Googling there, but he might Google Drax. Hey there, Drax. Nice to see you. You get, well, oh, that's good, Velfera, because I know that you were using that new plate, right? So Drax, we've got, where's last night's? Oh, this is last night. So here's last night's. There's the night before. And there's Thursdays. Well, Wednesday. So that was our video right there. Then our Thursday stream right there. Then Friday stream. Looking to finish off this on our Saturday stream. And then hopefully we also maybe get to paint up our movement tray here. Hopefully. So everybody please also give Drax a follow. So Drax, you can usually catch Drax beginning those streams at around midnight Central Time. And Drax, hopefully the last stream went really well. And well, I remember the stream you were assembling more of those Infinity miniatures, which that could be more painful than trying to deal with the after effects of 20 loaves of lambus bread. Because at least the 20 loaves of lambus bread, you can clean that up, but all of that, all those painful little pieces to deal with the Infinity stuff. Now let's get some lights on the tail here. Because reason now, of course, we also got mold lines to deal with. Alright, this is a Song Ice and Fire miniature. Yes, they're one piece. Yes, there's no assembly involved, and they're kind of on the indestructible side. Downside does mean mold lines in very pesky places. So Landrest, how many years of therapy are you going to need after dealing with all those Infinity miniatures? You know, was it to show us where the mold line hurt you or something like that, I guess? Now let's continue with some of our lights over here on his main. Once again, there's a bit of a mold line running through that, needless to say. Also going to try and push the push this away as much as we can from the magenta that ended up there. Now let's, there we go. Just going to take some of that, soften up some of the lights. Now I think, who knows, maybe Kathy joins us in the chat because I think her alarm went off and I think she might have taken her her medicines here because it's 10:04. So it's possible that Kathy joins us here in the chat. Not sure. It would be nice because we got Dio, we got Arathu, we got everybody in here. Thanks, Erg. Well, you can. One thing I really used to love about my Saturday challenges where we paint 5, 10, 15 miniatures is that I could have them in stages. So I'd have obviously the one that's done like this, but then another one that's just pre-glaze, another one that looks like this did maybe an hour ago, then there's one like this. I really hope to get back to that again, and you can watch some of those streams. I mean, well, this is prime example right here. We painted 15 goblins in about 12 hours. Now, where's our dwarves? Here, somewhere we got our dwarf. There we go. So we did these 9 dwarves, and it was like a 10 and a half hour stream, something like that. And the nice thing is that we could have them in different states of completion. Oh, it was kind of the same thing with our done landings. We did the same. We had 2, 3, 4, 5 of those. Also, oh wait, gosh, where's our? There they are. So we painted these 5 guys in one stream. It was another way that people could kind of see things develop like that and kind of see where things came from. Arathu, let's see. I think the birthmarks. Those are no, those are support marks. Yeah, those are support dots from 3D printed stuff. Yeah, that's what those are. Now, of course, you want to file all those mold lines, but then, of course, you're never quite sure where you have to stick the gap filler, so you never quite know. Once again, hashtag no layers, right? Doesn't that look significantly lighter than the bluish black / gray that's already there? It should. It's way lighter, as in a ton lighter, because I can grab Mr. Blending Brush right here. Tap, 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 and all of a sudden we got ourselves some nice little blending, some nice little shading without all the stinking hassle. Again, you only got so many days in you. Do you really want to spend them basically painting the same part of the miniature for 4 hours? Or do you just want to go bingo, boom, done, on to the next one? I know where my vote is. I know where my vote is. I'm also going to get some of this here. Some lights on this. We'll probably come back with some more dark there too. But again, see, chuck in those lighter colors. And instead of having to try and squeeze around this thing with a whole bunch of layers of paint, well, why am I doing that when I can just do, well, this and this, also this. Nice way to paint the banners, right? Cloth, whatever. Oh, guess what? We can certainly go lighter than that. We're going to bring more of our Brilliant Yellow Pale into this. We could say, you know what if we really want that fold or this area to be that much lighter? We say, alright, fine. Chuck some lighter color on there. Take our blending brush and do the same thing, except now it's lighter. More tap, tap, tap here. Nice and soft. And oh, look, there's a shaded banner. Now, of course, what's the other thing that you might need to snip? Oh, flash. Yeah. Some some people might be born with a little extra flash. You just have to snip that away too. Better use a really sharp clippers for that. Now we'll get some of our folds into again. See, no. Do you see any layering happening right there? It would be not terribly easy to sneak past this to try and put layers and layers of paint there. However, sneaking in there to just blob that stuff on and then take this and push it around, well, that's something we can do. And that's a whole bunch easier. Again, we want this to be fun, right? Well, you sit there at the job every day doing that. Do you want miniature painting to also be another job? Now we want it to be fun, don't we? Find me some more of my lighter indigo here, and actually that's got to be some magenta right over there because that's actually part of the headscarf thing. So we'll do that. No rush. White paint liquor, it really does feel like stealing sometimes. Well, if you're just taking back what's yours, is that really stealing? Because you're stealing time, and you're just stealing back time for yourself. So I think that's totally legit and nefarious in no way whatsoever. All you're doing is saying, hey, that time was mine to begin with. I'm just going to take some more of that back, keep it for me. Which you then can, of course, transfer into more miniatures, because whoever has all the miniatures that they need. Said nobody ever. Back to our magenta we're talking about, hitting this. So let's hit this. Get some of this magenta here. Then we also have that some brown matter that's going to have to go in here. I realized that the banner might be in the way a little bit. I think you should still be able to see some of that. The fact that some of the indigo mixes in with that is, well, that's no problem, because it kind of should. Alright, well, Halligan, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. I know it's late for you and still in recovery mode. So thanks again, Halligan. Appreciate that. And well, hopefully we'll have our Monday stream and you can join in then. Not quite sure what that Monday stream might be, but bam, there we go. Some of our brown matter there. And also, oh yeah, let's do this over here. We got some on the face that we need to do. Again, it's possible maybe that Kathy joins us here, but kind of depends. You know, if she's able to fall asleep right away, I think she'll just well, fall asleep right away. But if that's kind of more difficult for her, maybe she just might join us here. What the heck? Some Van Dyke Brown. Yeah. Let's just do this. Some Van Dyke Brown. Start to separate some of these elements here again. We're going to come back into that with also some darker stuff too. Just like, you know, it's not just throwing lighter stuff on there. It's not a zero-sum game. You can go back the other way. Do that. Egyptian violet here. Some of that red. More Egyptian violet. So some dark there. Also maybe in here. Blending brush. Oh, would you prefer to have to do layer after layer on that banner, or just say, you know what, the heck with it, and do what we just did right there? So a little bit more dark over here. Now, well, hopefully, she should be past the normal week of the side effects here, and hopefully Monday she'll be. Now, you're not going to be running marathons or something like that, but hopefully feeling good enough to hang out in a little bit of Discord action. As we're also going to target this area too. Whoops, that's got. I just saw a bunch of indigo on that. Yeah, a little bit of tap, tap, tap there. So you can see how we've quickly modified some of this stuff here. It's not just about making things lighter. You can go back and look at this. See, I'm just going to shove that brush right in there. Grab this other brush. Little tap, tap, tap. And to me, that feels a little bit more like it's got a round shape to it. Let's do this over here. Possibly even a little bit more of our Egyptian violet. And I think we're going to try and maybe throw some additional freehand into that as well. Now Arathu has, between work and well, trying to travel back and forth to the continent and back, is that slowed down a little bit, because it seems like you've been able to hang on a bunch more streams and hang out in some of the Discord stuff, so that's really cool that you've been able to do that. I know you've been super busy. So Drax, they come on just a flat base. I really wish I could grab one for you, but well, let's put it this way. They're just as flat and nothing on them as this. Well, here you go. You can, so basically think of this as a Song of Ice and Fire base. This is what we did to it. So we used the Daz air dry clay, and of course the 3D printed palm trees and palm leaves to do something like this right here. So this doesn't have the palm trees on it, of course, but this is what we did for those Dothraki dudes right here. So that was really fun. And that's again just simple Daz air dry clay, and then throwing in just a little bit. Oh, let me see. Where's the brush that I was? I think that's this one. Nope, that's not the one. This is the one. Here it is. It's actually Drax. I just did the basing video on those. It was a basing episode 50. Yeah, 50 basing episodes there. So that was the latest one on the Patreon page. Then I think the Targaryens were basing episode 42. That was the first time I tried doing that and the movement tray at the same time. It's that was actually simpler than what we did with these guys, because, well, you sort of have to at least press in those printed plants before the Daz air dry clay sets too much, which means you got a little bit of a timing thing going on. You can't wait too long, you can't do it too soon. Okay. Well, that's really cool there. All right, I'm kind of glad, because I know Kathy's been able to catch up, because Big Jim has been doing a bunch of Valheim streams and such, and I'll hear the Arathu name come up as, that's cool that you're able to kind of hang out with everybody there. There we go. So okay, now the face will stand out a little bit more. So I guess the next thing, well, we'll have to do some 40K stuff on the sand bases. And no, not Talaran Desert Raiders. That's what they're called, right? Talaran Desert Raiders? No. Well, I mean, I could. I suppose. I'm sure there's somebody that has STL files of Talaran Desert Raiders. So Drax, I have, believe it or not, I think I actually have some 3D printable files of Rough Riders, but I also have. Remember, I was telling you about those really, really old Death Corps of Krieg version of Rough Riders? I still have those. Those are the old Forge World ones. So that's something that potentially could work there. But I could swear I got some STL files of Rough Riders. I could be wrong, but I swear that I did. Yep, definitely have those Death Corps. Where they are right now, I have no idea, but they're somewhere. Now Hannah, of course. Well, sometimes the Cavalry channel takes on a little bit different meaning, right? Oh, here we are. Let's grab these. This still counts as Cavalry channel. So they're polar bears. Who cares? They got people riding them. So to me, that still says Cavalry channel, right? Of course, it's Cavalry channel. Now, again, there are some creatures that may not be quite so willing. He says, "If you jump on me, I will end you." It's like, they didn't clean your little box yet. Like, I can see that I have 3 eyes. Also, you will worship me as a god. What about that ball of yarn you've been chasing around? Oh, you mean Jupiter? Just a ball of yarn to me. It's a planet to you. So Urg, ironically enough, I've never read Song of Ice and Fire, never saw the show, didn't see House of the Dragon, right? That was the latest thing. For the vast amount of Song of Ice and Fire stuff I've painted on this channel, it's almost sadistic in the way we treat poor Jim there, who loves Song of Ice and Fire. Thank you so much, Black Skull. Appreciate that sub. Thank you so much. And of course, like I said, we've painted tons and tons and tons of Song of Ice and Fire stuff here. I mean, it's just the tiniest little sample right there. What was it, 5 or 6 units of the Dothraki Cav, 2 units of the Unsullied. We did all of the baby dragons there. Of course, there's our Rose Knights right there. And the Kingsmen. So yeah, we've done a ton of stuff. So yeah, those were the polar bears. That was Free Folk. Well, and here's our Oliphant. There's our Oliphant for Golden Company, right? We did this one on stream. That was really fun. We'll try to do another version, because there's 2 of those in the box. I'm trying to do another one with true metallic metals. All right, we did the non-metallic version. We'll do another one, true metallic form, so that people can kind of get a chance to see how that works. Rathu, unfortunately, I don't have any time for watching shows at all. Wish I did, but just no time for it. I mean, hopefully, if they ever come out with a new season of The Expanse or something like that, maybe I'll be able to somehow watch that on the fly in some way, shape, or form. Is this a blend? Yeah, that's a blending brush there. So thank you so much, Black Skull. I appreciate that. Hopefully your Hobby New Year goes well. I think that's how we're going to refer to it, the Hobby New Year. So hopefully your Hobby New Year is absolutely fabulous. Hopefully everybody's Hobby New Year is fabulous. So yeah, Arathu, I think not long before you came in, we were talking about the, possibility, inevitability of the old world and square basing returning. And of course, they're going to try and give the impression that that's years away, and like 2 weeks later, it's, oh, look what's for pre-order, because it seems like that's how that goes. Unless there's somebody that maybe has some better information, I'm still trying to figure that out. Well, Black Skull, I'm glad that the Hobby New Year goes well. Really glad that it does. And again, hopefully for everybody, all the projects are off to a fantastic start. So yeah, I've never actually read any of that, which is funny because technically still haven't read the Lord of the Rings book either. Yet I could draw you a map of Arda, Numenor, Beleriand from memory, if you like. So yeah, Arasu, of course, those of us that, I don't know, maybe had a Lizardman army back in the, or Tomb King's army, are wondering if they're just going to break out the same old spearmen and chariots and everything like that. Or are they going to kind of take advantage of the opportunity and make some new kits for that? Well, Black Skull, those color charts, boy, they really do help with getting that figured out. Actually, hey, Black Skull, if you have any Instagram or Facebook posts or anything like that that kind of show off your stuff with the oils, if you wanted to share that in the chat, it's always nice to have people say, "Hey, look, this is what I've been doing with the oils. Here's what some fun that I've had with the blending, or this army that I was able to do in less time than it might have taken me with the acrylics there." So yeah, if you happen to have anything you wanted to show off, well, that would be cool. Yeah, Urg, people would say, well, what about getting books on tape? Which I was just about to get until I realized, oh yeah, I'm either streaming or filming or editing videos, and well, listening to audiobooks at the same time is challenging, to say the least, if you're trying to film and all that other kind of stuff and stream. Well, terms of service also. A little bit of copyright strike if you got an audiobook plan. I don't think that would work so well, right? So we just paint the miniatures because can't play games if you don't have armies. Well, I suppose you could use Tabletop Simulator, but that's not as fun. That's nowhere near as much fun. Yeah, that's I'm just I think one of the other things I wondered is, well, and you can see them because not only do they have the cav, they have the infantry units, right, with 12 guys in them. Are they going to do circle in a square? Remember they did that for Lord of the Rings? Okay, well, definitely Black Skull, if you could please share that in the chat. Again, Insta, Discord, whatever. And then people could click on that, and then they could, again, see what's possible with the oil paints. That would be fantastic. So everybody, please, again, check out that Insta link there from Black Skull. And just to see, oh, you know, here's something that you can do with the oil paints. Again, to make your life easier. Some of the other hidden benefits, well, first of all, they're way less expensive ultimately, but oil paints are far more rugged. I mean, there's a reason why buildings were painted with oil paints and cars and everything else, because they are just more rugged. You paint those on miniatures, well, you just got the advantage now. Your miniatures have just become far more rugged. Maybe you don't have to baby those quite as much, as we add some more darks. on to our horsey. Let's make sure we get the eyes as well. Give him some eyes. Oh, there we are. And also some nostrils here. We'll have to get some more light into the brown matter that we've done for the reins and the bridle. Probably you're going to be mixing that with our... I think we'll probably mix it with the radiant green, I would say. So again, just a little bit of our indigo. Some of the Van Dyke brown, and that makes a really, really nice black. And of course we utilize that, speaking of which, this was one of our chapter studies videos here, so there was no black paint used on this Black Templar. It was, for the most part, the same indigo and Van Dyke brown that we're using on that horsey and rider. Yeah, Arathu, because having the big guys right on those oval bases, are you also gonna have to have some kind of large rectangular base to stick those guys in? Because big guys, well, they were based very differently, weren't they? Let me go back to my Tomb Kings, because I think this one shows it pretty well here. Where's my Tomb Kings? Yeah, I think that's probably this one. There you go. So that's 100 millimeter by 50. That looks really, really small, right? But that is that's how large monsters used to be based back in the day. And who knows? Do you think they'll go back to something like that? I don't know. Could be, maybe not. I don't know. Again, maybe there's somebody with inside knowledge or something. That would not be me. Heck, it's all I can do to just keep up with the Middle Earth strategy battle game news. Much less Necro and Mordheim and Battlefleet Gothic and oh gosh, what's our plane flying game again? Oh, Aeronautica Imperialis. I knew I could spit that out eventually. Do we have enough dark? I think we have enough dark there. There's probably some more lights that I'm also gonna start to add in here, I think. Yeah, let's maybe get down to some more of our lights here too. Well, Arg, the nice thing is, less than 24 hours ago, in fact, about 21 hours ago, I was still painting this, and that is completely dry. So less than 24 hours, that is totally dry, with no weird stuff, no funny stuff on there either. Let me see. So the now again the circle bases like that, all of the Song of Ice and Fire stuff goes really well into the all the circles go into the square stuff very nicely, and they actually rank up pretty well. There's a decent amount of space in between them. The only of all of the dozens of units I've ever done, there was one that was a Baratheon unit where each guy had 2 hammers. That one was that got irritating, trying to rank up those guys. But that was, well, they also had cloaks. Between the cloaks and the 2 hammers, those were not easy to rank up. But otherwise, all the Song of Ice and Fire stuff ranks up pretty darn easy. Again, trying to find the last little bits of our lightest light here. We are also not going to necessarily try to do the blending stuff on this immediately. Might let that set there. We could also do fur texture. We've certainly done that on plenty of horses, especially our Candace stuff. I wonder if it even shows up in that. Yeah, you can see the textured fur on those horses right there. Again, it is the Cavalry channel after all. Now I think we didn't do textured because talking about giant horses, right? These conquest horses right here. We did do sort of a dapple gray horse there. I think here we did some texture. Well, also, oh, I guess so. M. Telly's was right. This one right here apparently won the December Conquest painting contest or whatever. So I guess it's a gift voucher to Parabellum War Games, which hopefully means that well, I can get some more Conquest stuff that we can then paint on streams or use for videos. So that's a very scaly horse. Again, let's get some more of our light over here too on his nose, the mouth there. Unfortunately, Song of Ice and Fire is really not a game that you can play solo, unlike Lord of the Rings, which you can manage that. Just like Bolt Action, we sort of managed playing Bolt Action solo, but with the cards and everything, and a lot of the secret things that are supposed to happen in Song of Ice and Fire, that kind of makes it a no-go for solo play. It's a bummer because we will end up having several Song of Ice and Fire armies too. It would be interesting. Well, I don't know. I don't think there's a way to use Tabletop Simulator to well, simulate the opponent and then just replicate what's happening on screen with the miniatures. Boy, Arathu, it seems like there's a couple of things like that, like you say, that are for as big as those oval bases might be. They're too big. Actually, Lord of the Rings has some of that too. It's the Iron Hills Chariot. That is definitely too large for that base. Same thing with the Bunny Chariot with Radagast the Brown. That is also, I believe, too big for its britches, as you might say. Actually, Paint Liquor, we do have a scaly horse. Remember this crazy thing? And I do have another one of the. Well, actually, there's technically two other poses of this, but there's a pretty darn scaly horse for you, wouldn't you say? What the heck is that called? A Kirin, I think that's what those are called. So we'll try to paint another one of those scaly horses. That was really fun, but I have a feeling it's going to be a multi-part tutorial series instead of a painting stream because something tells me I'm not going to be able to, well, at least not for quite some time, have a larger film area here, or streaming area here. It'll start out as a filming area first, and we'll see if we can do an adaptation to a streaming area for that. So I guess it's early enough that Megan and Queez could still be. I think it's so much later than it actually is. It's 10:38. Well, when it's the way things have been, right, and the streams aren't starting till darn near midnight, 10:38 seems positively early. So I let those set on there for a few minutes, right, and here we're just going to take our blending brush to this little tap, tap, tap. We don't wipe that stuff out. We just spread it out. See that lighter color on his knee right there? We'll just take blending brush, couple of taps. All set, right? All set. Yeah, Valfera, the new situation. I was just about to quite literally see if I could at least hook up the another machine and some simple cameras and a mic just to see how it could be for filming, and then this new thing came up. and that well, that pretty much derails that. So we'll see how things go. Now just a little bit of extra light there. Don't want to go too bonkers with that. If there's too much light with it, it won't contrast with all of our desert sand environment here, will it? But yeah, Velfare was definitely looking forward to that because, well, Laminess was again kind enough to print out a few large-scale things for me to try out here, at least for painting videos, if not for streaming. And I said, I was just about to say, oh man, you know what? I think I could finally do those. And well, the again, that random adventure table was not in our favor, was it? Not quite in our favor. Now, where's... Oh, here we go. There's a couple of things here. I'm going to take me a little brown matter, mix it with some of this here. So we appreciate everybody that has been helping us out. Of course, folks have already been nice. They've snagged some things for Kathy off of her Amazon wish list. We're gonna throw some items back on there because we actually ran through, so they're just basic kind of household type things. So I'm going to be throwing those back up on the Amazon wish list because they're, again, very mundane but very helpful. Those really were very helpful, so we appreciate that, of course. There, so see, we just throw a little bit of that brown matter in here. That will get blended together here. Nice and easy like. So that's just a brilliant yellow pale, some of our radiant yellow, and just a touch of Indian yellow in there too. Let it mix with the existing brown matter that's already there, and you got yourself what looks a heck of a lot like yellow ochre. Now, yeah, Valfera, it's like you and us. What's that critical failure table or something like that? Yeah, we're always rolling on the critical failure table, I think, or something like that, right? If you roll a 1 on your D20, then you're rolling on the critical fail table or something like that. Now, which way do we want to do this light here? Do I want it to be darker here or up here? I'm gonna, you know what? Let's take this, and I want to see what happens if I do something like this here. So again, we're just gonna dabble with some dark, and now we're going to take it and we're going to spread that out. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. That makes way more sense. How's about we take some of our dark? This is pretty darn close to a pin line wash here. Not exactly, but close to it. Remember, with the oils, you can thin them. You can't dilute them. It's not like the acrylics, where if you were to take this Van Dyke Brown, really dark color here, and put a lot of water in it, you would sort of have a vaguely gray-ish type color. Well, here, what you have is very thin black. You do not have something that's going to allow other stuff to show through. That's not how the oils work. Yeah, Valfera. Now, I think, didn't they? I guess at some point they sold a deck of cards. It was like a deck of doom or something like that. And if you rolled a 1, then you had to grab a card from that deck or something like that. Because that was supposed to, I guess, increase the, well, embarrassment and failure and angst over rolling that 1 by having to draw a physical card. Let's get to our plant here. Some Perlene Black, which is not black, it's just dark green. Used to be a printer's ink for a long time, and then for some reason somebody thought about using it as a pigment for paints. So yeah, I could swear maybe it was a game that Kathy was playing in or something like that, and he had some deck of cards. And again, depending on the level of sadism in your GM, that might just be a desired thing. You know, GM's got to have fun too, and of course, let's see, what was it? Torment is in the eye of the beholder. So we're going to get some of our brilliant yellow pale here, some of our radiant green. Let's throw some lights on our palm tree here. Let's do that. Lights coming down here. Once again, hand nowhere near the metal ferrule of that brush, right? Because otherwise, no way I can actually get at it. My fingers would just be smashing right into either the horse or other parts of the palm fronds or something bad. So let's keep our hands well away from that ferrule. I guess, well, do we need to amend that black skull to say in the eyes of the beholder, like as in the... How many eyes do beholders have? I don't know if they have a set amount. Maybe they do. And then, of course, well, beholders are sort of into torment, I would think. I don't know, I could be wrong, but somehow I would think that beholders would probably get a little bit of an enjoyment out of that. A little chuckle or two. With the madness that they probably would cause. More light? Yeah. Let's get a little more light down there. Whoops, don't want that one over there. Let's move that here. Again, it's some of the brilliant yellow pale and some of our radiant green. Just searching for a few key little highlight areas on our palm trees here. Yes, there's some thinner in that. There's some thinner on the brush, but if we go too crazy with all that thinner, that'll just turn into a pin line wash. And as we do this, then all it's going to do is just fill in that crevice with the light stuff. We don't want that. It's not what we're looking for, so we try to exercise as much control over the amount of thinner as we can. When you're doing especially the palm trees, they're two separate sets of files. Again, these are from Make It Epic Basing. If you're doing the palm trees, you want to print out as many of those leaves as you can. I think this one took more. I think this was either 10 or something like that. I think one of the palm trees actually needs 12 leaves to it. So pretty much for every trunk that you print out, you're going to want to print out at least a dozen leaves, maybe more, because you also want to have some variety. Now, the thing I haven't had a chance to do yet is you can mirror those files. So people say, well, there's not all that many files for how much they cost. However, if you reverse those or mirror those, they've told me you can essentially double the amount of trees or branches or whatever it is just by doing that. Now let me take my blending brush to this again. See, we've got those really hard lines there. Well, they used to be. That's a heck of a lot easier than 4 or 5 layers of lighter green, wouldn't you say? Do I really want to spend all my time fooling around with painting this palm plant here? Or do we want to get the unit done, looking as spiffy as we can? Well, Katarina, now hopefully, I know the newer stuff is not it's kind of hard to find the $17 box on eBay or My Mini Factory or not My Mini Factory, Miniature Market. I think that's one of the discount places, right? I think Miniature Market is one of those. Hey there, fellow Gothmog. That would be Art of Michael. So Art of Michael, nice to see you again, of course. Nice to see you again. I'm tempted. You know what? Oh, what the heck? I might throw a little bit of that lighter green down here. And I want to get the lightest light here on my desert sand too. Let me see if we can manage that as well. So nice to see you again there, Art of Michael. Oh, by the way, this is the first time we've even touched any of our white yet. Actually, I meant to throw a dot or two of thinner there to break that down. That's the high quality odorless thinner. And by high quality, I mean get the good stuff. It's not all that expensive. You use a tiny amount of it. And just on every level, you'll be glad that you stuck with the high quality stuff. For sure. So Katarina. Now, were you going to try and do the same basing concept on them? Now, of course, I still have to try this, the Daz Air Dry Clay stuff with the tree bark. Now that I have a new supply, courtesy of Loin being very generous and sending a whole big box of that tree bark here. So you did the $35 for it. Now, Katarina, I think too you could even do some, some freehand if you want it. Well, we're gonna again try and do some additional freehand around some stuff here on this one as well. Now you notice I don't really mind the fact that there's what almost is tantamount to some bluish color working its way on here. Why? Because it's down in the shadow area. It's surrounded by that indigo, so why would this not also have some bluishness to it? No, Katerina, that would be, even if it's just the bulletin board cork exercise, or even if it's just a Daz Air Dry Clay, that could be fun too. I have to say, I never expected to enjoy the whole Daz Air Dry Clay thing quite so much. That is not something that I ever saw as something that I would be using frequently as a sculpting item. So you got plenty of the cork board. That's good. It's incredible just how flexible that is as far as what kind of surfaces it can look like. It's surprised even me. I still keep finding new ways to utilize it. Ooh, now, that's good that you have the bark too, Katerina. I know that's a harder thing for folks to get. Now, you can get the mulch. However, as I found out the hard way, especially if you're not looking at it in person, not all mulch is the same as far as the size of the pieces. Yeah, I ended up with some really tiny mulch. Little tiny chunks. I guess it would have been fantastic for 6mm Napoleonics or something. Here, let's get some lights now in the tail on this thing. Of course, this is making me think about, oh gosh, not Sigmar. Well, I guess, right? No, the comet of what's his? Who is it? Oh, Karl Franz. That's right, Karl Franz. Well, now that's interesting. So, Katerina, does that fall under the same category as, was it chinchilla dust? Yeah, that's what Kathy Malott used. Chinchilla dust. And that's actually where I ended up sort of getting the idea about the tile grout. And that's when I ended up, using it as a, not a ground cover, but as a texture paste. Okay, we're going to lighten this up a smidge here too. Of course, Katerina, I was telling folks that my camera boom is sort of in the way because this is a taller miniature. So I looked up at that and it looked like it said lizard bleeding. It's like, well, that could certainly happen in a game of fantasy. That certainly could happen. I was already trying to interpret the reference to bleeding lizards, because that's what I thought that it said. Again, I have to look almost underneath the camera boom here to be able to see the chat, which is why we wanted to create a larger area here for me to work with, so I didn't have to do that kind of stuff. It's bigger than that, but smaller than the garden bark. Let's see. Oh, the mulch stuff. Again, if you get the right size, it works just great. And we've actually, someone got me a small bag of the right size stuff. This is not the lightest we can go with our gold here. We could actually go a little lighter than that. For right now, won't do that. Yeah, we need some light over here on this. I might still need to get some light with my indigo. I think I do, actually. I think I need to get me some more of my at least brilliant yellow pale on these areas too. Let me go back to some, well, here, speaking of brilliant yellow pale, let's combine that with our radiant, magenta here for some of our lightest lights on a couple of these areas. Then we also have to get back and see what I can do with the face. At least maybe get some eyes on that and a couple of other areas. Actually, I might even use this, speaking of which. I'd even throw a little bit of that onto the face, just because. This is not white. It might look that way. Again, here, look at it. See, I can't, there's no way to get at that. But hands closer to the back of the brush than the front of the brush. Plenty of control. Alright. Plenty of control. Able to do all kinds of fun stuff down in there. However, don't have to worry about getting my hand stuck on some other part of the miniature. Which, given that this is oil paint and it's all still wet, that's, again, probably not what I want to have happen. There's a little bit of thin, see that? We add some thinner in there. Thinner paint sticks to thicker paint, vice versa, all that good stuff. Well, good night there, Bill. Appreciate you being here. Again, hopefully everything hobby-wise and life-wise goes fantastic for you, and maybe we'll see you on Monday. Again, I'm going to shoot for this earlier time for Monday. Well, more of our usual time, right? So hopefully that works out. And what is it? Oh yeah, 2 hours, 28 minutes ago, this was nothing but primer. Just primer and nothing else. And that includes, it's a Cavalry, right? It's got a banner on it. Things don't have to take forever. They don't have to be difficult. Now, we've been actually doing some earlier chapters of the Book of Wapol here. Yeah. See, we don't want to start over, right? That whole idea of stripping miniatures, right, to start over. With the oils, you can just make adjustments. You don't have to strip the miniature. You could just take a blending brush and just kind of wipe out what you just did. And of course, paint is just paint, right? let's say maybe you did part of it in oil paints, and you say, well, you know what, I need this for something in 10 minutes. Oils aren't going to dry in 10 minutes. Well, you could do the rest in acrylics. You could do that. And of course, well, remember we were talking about not making things more difficult than they need to be? You don't know how many times I've seen somebody take a 3-step process and turn it into a 47-step odyssey. I'm not quite sure where that makes it easier, but the more steps there are, the more things can go sideways. So fewer steps, less time, less things going sideways on you. Of course, that sort of feeds into one of our other little statements we like to say, and that's think long, think wrong. I have seen people talk themselves right out of painting. I mean, they got brushes in their hand, they got a miniature there, but yet they stand in front of their wall of 4,000 different colors of paint, and because they kept second guessing on the color of red that they wanted, they never painted. Let's just put it this way, the next day, I handed them 7 colors and I said, this is what you get, and you get nothing else. These are your paints for the next however many hours. You will use these and you will like them. So yeah, it's just right, Valfred. I've seen it with the first time I saw it was with the vehicle stuff, where they would do all this stuff. They would do one brush stroke on it, then they would let it dry and varnish it to do another brush stroke on it, and 14 years later they were halfway done with it. I said, nope, my life is not long enough for that. No siree. We're gonna do something that's a little bit shorter than that. And I've seen it with other things too. I mean, heck, just with the priming. Priming is simple. I take some big old brush like this and just slap a bunch of primer on there. It's done. That's it. It does not have to be 400 steps long. I don't get that. None of us has the time for it. I guess that's the other thing, is we just don't have time for things to take all those steps. Why create more? It's like, and it's not just so much just everything, making it all just super easy. It's just making it less difficult. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page there. If we're not at 1,300 hours worth of videos on that thing, we got to be darn close to it. We can't be all that far away, since making usually 20 plus hours of new videos every single month. And some of the videos on the Patreon page, gosh, those go back to 2013 when I first started making videos. So you do the Patreon page thing, you do the Army Painter Pledge, you get every single video that I've ever made, period. Well, and then all of the new stuff too. And it can be really wild to see how much things have either stayed the same or changed. Now, we talked about getting some magenta here. That's too light. Filter. So again, bring in some of the magenta here onto, well, whatever the heck this thing is. This little symbol, whatever. Back to my, there. Tone that down, a little too light there. That's better. Our horse here, we got a couple of areas of light that we're also going to have to do a little bit of blending on. We have our micro blending brush to do that with. Thank you so much, Mafi. How you doing? Well, I hope your hobby new year has been fantastic, and everybody please give Muffy a follow. And of course, if you have any, well, I know you just finished your stream, I won't have pictures of that right now, but if you have work in progress images, whatever, that'll be just fine. You want to share that in the chat. Thank you so much, Frozen Toes. 15 months worth. Appreciate that, Frozen Toes. Thank you so much. There we go. Oh, and thank you. Well, Frozen Toes, a double dose of medicine. Again, we don't enjoy the medicine. We only do it for the good of the stream, right? So for all of our raiders coming in, thank you so much, Mafi. We're finishing the last of this Starfall Outriders unit. I think this was last night's stream. Right here, we're trying to get this lady done, and then hopefully the movement tray as well. So again, everybody please give Muffy that follow. Valfera, I thought I had another container of the blackberry ginger ale, and I don't have another container of the blackberry ginger ale. And also some of the other, shall we say, the medicine portion of it. That's also running really, really low. So I think tomorrow we have to try and, well, find some more supplies, as the saying goes. Thanks, Buffy. It's, well, of course, the oils make short work of it, don't they? They just make it so darn easy. And, of course, to get Muffy, what were you working on your stream? And if you have work in progress, think Discord, Facebook, Instagram post, anything like that, you want to share those in the chat so people can see that. Also, follow you on the other socials as well. And here we go. So yeah, the Starfall Outriders, as soon as I saw this, I thought, could be a really interesting exercise in those darker tones. And it's pretty much played out that way. Speaking of darker tones, how's about a little bit of indigo here? We did the dark with all of our violet stuff here. How's about we do the dark with this now? Here on the underside of that fold. Oh, that's right. That's right. I was thinking it was Friday and not Saturday, because, well, that's me. That's me being me, right, Valfera, getting the day all wrong. So I'm fairly certain our medicine shop should be open tomorrow. I would be a little bit surprised if it was not. So again, we need to get ourselves a little more medicine. We're running low. But I also have to get me that, well, hopefully it's around. Of course, every time I don't need it, there's 20 bottles of it on the shelves practically. Then when I do want my blackberry ginger ale, it's nowhere to be found. And that's really very tasty stuff, I have to say. I've never really been a ginger ale fan, but the cranberry ginger ale and blackberry ginger ale, very like those a lot. I'm gonna come back in with my violet here and just darken that down. And see, I just kind of shove the brush in there. Well, this is the fun. Again, here I don't even need a blending brush necessarily. Look at that. We're just doing that without even a blending brush. Just taking a brush and doing that. A couple of 2-liter bottles, which used to be there. Until something nefarious happened, and all of a sudden all those 2-liter bottles are all consumed. See, that's what happens, Valferi. You get you have an accident and you're out of the house, and the next thing you know, all the cranberry ginger ale is gone. So now I suspect foul play even more. Yes, I think it was just a clever ruse, as they might say, just to get at those last few containers of the cranberry ginger ale. So yes, now of course that's just speculation on my part, just being a suspicious type right there. You know, not like being the youngest of seven, never found food items already gone before I got to them. We need to get some of our, speaking of the gentle, we need to get some down over there on those things. We got these two here. Alright, so there are some over here. So let's just get the top edge on those now. Some of our Terra Rosa, mix a little bit of the violet here. I need me some more yellow in that. There's some of our Indian yellow. That hopefully switches that over to more of an orange. Right here on the bridle. Good, good. Let's do that over here too. Huh, we can go darker. We got that over here. Terra Rosa, some of the violet. Bingo, there you go. If I want to take it further, the further we take this, the more dramatic those highlights are going to be. Look at that. See that? I can't make those highlights any lighter. However, I can make the dark around them darker. Just like, what is it Sam says? I cannot carry the ring, but I can carry you. That's the color version. Or the value version right there. Boy. I can't make you any lighter, but I can be dark around you and make you seem lighter. See, that's far better than the original dialogue in that scene. Means they just have to change. They just have to alter that movie to put in that line, and it'll be a perfect movie then. As we get in some reflected light down here. Perhaps some more over here too. So Velfer says, oh, and the chocolates too, and somehow the chocolates also become a battleground. Well, that's for sure. But Liching Hour is going to turn this into a battleground by making a raid. Thank you so much. There's Big Jim. There's Big Jim, and of course, comes along and says, hey, dude, you got a quarter? It's like, dude, there's a fountain over there, but I think there's coins in there. It's like, are you serious? You're not joking with me, are you? It's like, no. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Plaid Weasel. And along comes Gandalf. He says, oh, man, that little goblin really smelled bad. He smelled bad. And he was wanting a quarter. He's like, oh, yeah. He's asked me for a quarter a bunch of times. I'm not sure what one of those is. He's like, I don't know. I can cut him into quarters. I could do that, too. I have a sword. So everybody please give the Liching Hour a follow. Also, Big Jim Slade. So, we are painting some Song of Ice and Fire miniatures. This is part of actually a unit of these guys. Well, ladies, sorry. Starfall Outriders. This is the new Martel faction. We've been painting these on our last several streams. So this is tonight's stream. This is last night's. This is the night before, and then the night before that was, well, this one right here. So as you can see, the theme continues. Some fun desert-style basing here. And of course, well, here's their movement tray with a palm tree umbrella. Look at that. A palm tree umbrella. And those are 3D printed. Those are from Make It Epic Basing. So, hey, Jelly got to, there's, so the Martels, that's all I know is this is the Martel faction right here. Is there still a Megan in the house? There's still a Megan in the house. So, yep, Big Jim Slade just gonna have to walk over to that fountain, and then they'll be able to get a quarter from that. And of course, everybody, please give Big Jim Slade a follow. Big Jim has been doing lots of really fantastic streams for some Valheim. So we've lots of fantastic Valheim action over there. And also, please give the Pyro Club a follow, as well as the Liching Hour. So, Liching Hour, I hope that your gaming session went really well. Please, everybody, give the Liching Hour a follow. I would say, post some Instagram links or pics or whatever, but kind of hard to do that, right? Well, unless it's pictures of all the dead bodies of player characters, maybe. Maybe there's plenty of pictures of those. And the sad faces on the players as they've rolled some critical fails on their dice. So here's some of our other Cav units from Song of Ice and Fire. This is a Dothraki unit right here. We painted up most of those on stream. That's a Daz Air Dry Clay and Bulletin Board Cork for your bases. How's about some Night's Watch here? Again, painted most of these guys up on stream. More Make It Epic trees. Oh, and more Bulletin Board Cork. But wait, this is the Cavalry channel after all. So there's more Cavalry. Free Folk on Polar Bears, painted up all these on stream. And oh look, more of the Make It Epic 3D printed plants because they are fabulous. And of course, yeah, Megan, oh definitely Megan, post your link tree there. And of course Megan also is in her first week of streaming. We want to get Megan to affiliate as quickly as possible. So again, everybody please give Megan a follow if you're not already doing so. So Paint Liquor says it's House Dane or Danye under Martel. I think we're all caught up there. So for again, folks that have to hit the hay because it's 11:16 here. I know it's getting to be late on the eastern coast there. So for all the folks that have to exit the building and head off to sleep, we just want to say thank you so much for joining us here. Now, well, Valfair, I'm just glad that you're back home, and of course, again, we might have to investigate some potential criminal activity to get at the chocolates and the cranberry ginger ale. Here, let's do a little parting film noir. Now, actually, here, let's have the card out here too. So you're going to see all the warm colors, the cool colors, those are going to disappear. Yes, there's some shading, some value here, but really everything starts to look all the same, whether it's our 2D art or whether it's our miniature. There's no magenta, no indigo, no Van Dyke brown. Yeah, the sand is a little bit lighter, but otherwise everything else pretty much the same. Our difference falls in the color temperature here. Also, this is also a little bit more saturated, our magenta. Same thing on the card, right? You wouldn't have seen this difference on the horse and the rider. Just would all look dark or black, something like that. All right, well, Megan, you have a good one. Same thing, Velfera. Take care of yourselves. So, yeah, Big Jim Slade here. Believe it or not, well, whenever this stream ends, that's when we'll be having at least a bagel or something like that. But to me, this is practically, well, this is more like 11 a.m. For the average person, this is almost like my 11 a.m. Especially since I've been getting to sleep at 6, 6:30, 7 in the morning. This is practically noon right here. Again, not really ideal, not what we're looking for. It's just kind of how the situation has come about. Now, this is the advantage of the oils, right? We wanted to lighten our saddle over here. Did you see me paint a whole bunch of layers? Ooh, no way. I'm going to do this. I'm going to slap that paint on there. I'm going to spread that around and go, oh, look. Yeah, 10 layers of paint, couple of glazes. Nope. Mm-mm. Now here we don't need to do as much because this is pretty much in shadow, but oh look, I'm just going to slap some lighter paint there. Take this guy. We'll tap, tap, tap and say, oh look, shading. You want to get those armies done, right, in your lifetime. This is not a bad way to do it. Ah, look at this. Arathu's still in the chat with us here. We are graced by the presence of the King of Norway. Yeah, you never fully retire. When you are the King of Norway, you are always the King of Norway. Even when you abdicate the throne, you are still the King of Norway. Let me get some more of my... Yeah, I better get some of my Indian yellow wrapped into this too. This little line right over here. Right over there. So Big Jim was... oh gosh. Is this a continuation of the Friday game that Liching Hour does? Or is this also another separate gaming event that they do? But again, we appreciate the Liching Hour and the raid, of course. Please, everybody, give the Liching Hour a follow. Let's spread all that Twitch love around. Also, how about we spread some more light around here, especially in our gold area. Now, do I need to put some more of my brown matter there? I think we're good this time. Ah, so it's a separate game. I know Kathy was describing... it's kind of a free-flowing format, to say the least, where people are coming in and hilarity ensues. But if you want to check all that stuff out for yourself, give the Liching Hour a follow. And, well, enjoy yourself. Be treated to some fabulous RPG content. So Big Jim Slade performs the role of Heckler-in-Chief, heckling from the sidelines. Wouldn't possibly think of, I don't know, tormenting someone for rolling 3 ones in a row on their attack dice or something like that. He would never ever do that. Now, I don't know if there's any real estate streams or anything like that coming soon, but it's been fabulous to see all of the Valheim streams. Those Mistlands, those are, to call them hazardous, would sort of be like calling nuclear waste unhealthy. I mean, that is a minor understatement right there. Those Mistlands, it's a bit like Australia. Everything is there to kill you. So a bit later in the month then for a potential real estate stream of the questionable variety. Now, we also have some questionable real estate here on this channel too. It's not just Big Jim Slade that has the questionable real estate. You know, I mean, this right here, I'm not so sure. That veranda right there, and of course the tiles on that roof, there's a lot of growth there. I'm not quite sure that's going to be good. And here, you know, these buildings seem somewhat flammable. I'm not quite sure they're up to code. So again, also too, this building right here, when your windmill is generated by cereal boxes, that also I think is some questionable real estate. Now here, the archery range, you know, do you really want to be shooting stuff inside? I thought you would want to do that as an outdoor activity. Apparently here the archery is more of an indoor activity. Now, of course, the Great Hall, the not so great hall right here, you know, just do you really want to be doing all of that activity with a stone floor around the outside, right? And again here, this real estate, to me, it seems like the home values right there. What if your house is nearby this? That's really going to wreck your resale value right there. So yeah, we also We have like, apparently some questionable real estate on this channel too. Not quite as bizarre maybe as the questionable real estate there, but needless to say, not quite sure you want to jump on that. Now, of course, Slade does have a, what would you say, a more healthy approach to the sales on that. You just say, oh, it's a fixer-upper. And you say, well, you know what? See, now that it's pre-burned. Yes, so if your house is pre-burned, it means it's less likely to catch fire again. So that is also a selling point on that Rohan terrain. You know, you don't really want something that hasn't actually caught fire yet. Now that it's mostly burned down, you do not have to worry about it catching fire. So that right there just enhances the safety value of the home. Oh, geez, Katerina, you didn't drop that on yourself, I hope, because that's that would just sort of magnify the disaster. Oh, geez, Blades, it's late for you too. Thank you so much, Blades. Appreciate that. So thank you so much for that, Blades. Appreciate it. Geez, Katerina, I don't even want to ask what the extent of it was, as far as what might have, what parts might be missing now. Like some critical gauges or something like that. Thanks, Blades. Now we're getting some of our lightest highlights here on our indigo. I think we're pretty good on the horsey as well. So yes, technically I guess you could say we do real estate streams here on the channel. Now when we get into our Dunlending terrain, that's well, let's just put it that way. That's going to be like the Baltic and Mediterranean Avenue of Middle Earth right there. So Katerina may or may not, well, we're just exploring all kinds of potentially nefarious activities here. Cannot confirm nor deny that the tragedy presents an opportunity. We got to find opportunity, just like just like Slade was suggesting. Just because that house has actually got some significant fire damage, that doesn't mean it can't be a positive. So actually, we didn't freehand that. We are looking to do a little bit of some freehandy type stuff outside of that. We also have the little sun right there. But as you can see here on the horse blanket there, we might do a little something on the end of the banner here, just to, I don't know, have some fun with that. Could have done some freehand there, but we'll just maybe try some of that over here, shall we? So it did the, well, I've seen compressors do the compressor walk. I've literally seen compressors walking around the room, so that can happen. That's a thing. Actually, Blades, that we didn't actually freehand that. It's one of those banners where it's already sculpted in there. Yeah, so, but well, look at, you'll get to see this, right? You won't be missing this. Now let me just take a look-see here, and so just create some randomized shapes there. We'll just do something like this here. And we'll just do some twists and twirls and swirls and see how it goes. Because, well, reasons. And you can see we already have our basically darker color there as we allow this to blend all on its own. Let's see, maybe we're going to go this way. See what do we want to extend this further? Maybe we do. We'll extend this. this way. And of course, well, as always, blades, right, that's none of this, because this is going to cause that. Also, too, we have both of our elbows sitting on a, oh gosh, one of those keyboard pad things, right, that, well, technically your wrists are supposed to be on. And then we've got, I mean, our hand's already very steady. Then my other hand, right, this hand's not going anywhere. This hand sits right on top of that. And oh, look, hashtag no thumb. That evolutionary dead end of the opposable thumb. So again, our hand far away from that metal ferrule. It lets me do something fun like this. Here, let's grab this. And there we are, and that's just going to end right there. Guess what? We can lighten this some more too, but guess what? We're getting down into the shadowy area, so we're not going to lighten that up too much, are we? Well, blades, as long as... now you just got me thinking about a diorama of a drunken squirrel. Somehow, all of a sudden, I was just... We have all our printed trees, right? And actually Make It Epic Basing has squirrel miniatures. They have bunnies, squirrels, foxes, and wolves. So all of a sudden now, just imagining a drunken squirrel miniature. Oh, yeah. Oh, actually, blades. I gave my sister the box of the maple cookies, but I started to eat the gummy bear, not the gummy bears, but they're all different shapes. Like they're in a loony, and some of the other, well, kind of famous Canadian type things. So I started to eat some of the gummy candies. I think I've eaten all the Kit Kats. Yeah, all the Kit Kats are eaten now. I think I ate the last one today. So Acalis and Blades are both in favor of the drunken squirrel diorama. Well, let's see. We have plenty of bottles because... oh, look at that. See how that just got lighter? See how that just got lighter? Oh, look. We can do that again. Like so. Now let's continue. Like so. Oh, look, see, little highlights just to bring that out just a bit more. Yeah, thanks, and of course, blades. When stress reaches that hyper maximum right there, I cannot confirm nor deny that things like, well, chocolate and gummy candies and other such things are used to break the cycle a little bit. Can't confirm or deny, but that might just be the case. Oh, by the way, if you look at one of my, was it my army painting series? I think it was episode 5. These guys, where we had to literally saw off the back of them here, they were very disappointing, and I also speculated, well, would more repeated use maybe make them more usable. That's what I'm trying to do here. The last few streams I've been utilizing. If you're wondering why there's this crazy blue handle here. Thanks to Kalis. Now let's again do a film noir here. I might, let me break out another one. So let me break out a second one here. Maybe last night's. So we got these two. It's possible that even the plants are just gonna kind of blend in and disappear. But look at this again. There's no purple. There's no blue. There's no dark brown. There's none of that. I mean, yes, they have some shading, but it kind of almost looks like they're just all the same color, doesn't it? With just a smattering of highlights thrown in. Just a smattering of highlights. So let's bring back our color here. And just look what that reveals. Look at all the differences there again in the horses, the armor. So people think, oh, that's kind of a bluish color. That's a brown. Well, it's nowhere, no difference in how light one is or how dark one is. It's just the color. That's what we mean when we're talking about color contrasts. Yeah, so blades, again, make it epic basing. I think there's maybe about 9 different squirrels. They don't have any birds yet, I don't think. That's one thing I'm kind of waiting for them to do is some birds. But they have rabbits, squirrels, foxes, and wolves. I have the foxes, I've got the bunnies, and I've got the squirrels. And I was actually hoping to do some dark sword dioramas with the squirrels, and of course maybe do some with Radagast, of course, and the squirrels, because that would, and the bunnies, because Radagast, right? That would make some sense. Now let's take this. Got to do that over here now. Doesn't have to be the same kind of deal, but let's do some loop-de-loops here. Hannah, believe it or not, even after all of the stuff done with the oils, I think it's safe to say that more than, I want to say at least 55% of all the stuff on the Patreon page is actually acrylic. It might even still be a 60-40 split in favor of big acrylic. Yeah. And also, too, here we are. I have an army painting series of Army of the Dead in acrylic, now in oils. There's also, Necrons. Necrons in acrylics, Necrons in oils. I also have some Dark Sword episodes where I paint the same figure in the same color scheme, once with oils, and then another video is that same exact figure, but now it's done in the opposite, because there's some value to that, wouldn't you say? There's definitely some value to that. So yeah, there's a huge, actually, speaking of Song of Ice and Fire, do I still have these horses here? Oh gosh, let's see. Is it the... No, it's not them. It's not these guys. But it was... that's not it. Not Grand over here. Nope, not those guys. It was a whole series that we did with... So that's 4 separate videos right there of freehand. All 4 of those are acrylic videos. I knew I could find them eventually. Never quite know where all the scenes are. So yes, indeed, there's plenty of acrylic stuff, and it's there's some comparisons as well. Right, so showing you kind of, well, if you were going to do this with the oils, what sort of approach would you want? If we're going to try it with acrylics, how would the approach be different? So again, this is a little bit different than what we did on the other side. Hey, rat trails. Yeah, Paint Liquor just says, what, 2 more months, and then you can do the oil painting again. Well, Paint Liquor, we hope that you can, again, start to enjoy the oil painting as soon as possible. So nice to see you there, Rad. Look, we're getting to the last figure in this unit here. The very last one. Bring in some more of our curly Q there. Now we can start to maybe lighten these up just a bit. Not too much, because this is sort of in a shadow zone here, so let's not go bonkers with trying to lighten this up here. I think out here that might just catch some more of the light. Let's do that. And some light here. catch this. And of course, by this time tomorrow, it is possible that maybe some areas of the magenta could still be needing to dry a little bit more. But just about everything else on this will be completely dry. So again, some super basic, very simple freehand. But there's the principles of what we just did there are no different than say what we did here or what we did here. And there's an army painting series on the Harad. That's actually an acrylic, but there's also some supplementing your army's videos painting these guys in oils. I also have the my Army of Dol Amra. That's another army painting series, originally in acrylics, but we're going to be doing some supplemental videos again with those in oils because, well, I have an infinite amount of them that I can print, so I'm going to take advantage of that. Go back here. I might just try and lighten that up a bit more. Just a couple areas here. This is our brilliant yellow pale. Brilliant yellow pale here. So that was another test of the ultramarine blue. Now that was not the Gammon, that was the Williamsburg version. Now yeah, look where my hand is on this brush. It is seriously closer to the back of it than to the front of it, and yet we're able to be nice and precise with what we're doing here, right? Look at this. See, that almost starts to look like it's kind of stitched on there instead of just, well, painted on. Now, I think some of these areas have hopefully set sufficiently. They are not dry, but hopefully they have set so that I can come in here with some of my lightest lights on my gold areas here. Like so. Same over here. Have we created enough mid-tones? That's another... Oh my goodness. Most of your colors are mid-tones. They're not lights, they're not darks. They fall in between. Ignore those at your own peril because, again, that is where you can set up a lot of contrast. It's not just highlights and shadows. Things would look really weird if all they were was highlight and shadow with no mid-tone. If you were to look at yourself or look at paintings or whatever, the vast majority of you or the painting, whatever, it's going to fall in those mid-tones, that value 4 through 7 or 3 through 8 if you want to call it that. Obviously this is a highlight. Most of the other stuff on this banner, well, that falls under the category of mid-tone. It's not quite a highlight, it's not quite a shadow. Now we are again trying to add a few areas of light here, but not wiping out those mid-tones. I mean, here you could say in the deep folds there, well, that's a shadow, but what about all this other stuff? That's certainly not a shadow. It's got to be darker because it's a darker color. Still, this thing right here, that's probably a bit of value 7 if 10 is your darkest value. Something like that, maybe. Get back over here to the Indian yellow, which, intense as that color might be, super translucent. It's another thing you get used to with the oils. A lot of colors are very translucent, especially the darker ones. Your lighter your lighter colors, those are the ones that are opaque. So a little bit of a change in the mindset. Of course, with the oils, I do suggest simpler miniatures. If it's your first time painting with oils, maybe not a good idea to take your brand new army and just start painting the whole thing in oils. That could lead to a wee bit of frustration. Instead, just grab some, well, Reaper Bones figs, cheaper stuff, right? Simpler figures. Maybe just do one light and one dark color. Maybe do 3 colors. One light, one dark, and some kind of accent type thing. Make it as easy on yourself as possible when you're first starting out. That's always a good plan. It will cut down on the amount of frustration that you might experience. Could go the same for acrylics too. I mean, instead of dealing with a bunch of different colors, one light color, one dark color. Just use that, even for acrylics. And that way you can sort of get the idea, the difference between value and color. And if your dark color is a really dark blue and your light color is maybe something like a brilliant yellow pale, then you can just tell people that it was you were just replicating moonlight. Yeah, they'll see it and they'll say, "Oh, were you trying to replicate some kind of lighting with this?" You say, "Oh, sure, yes, yeah, I was doing moonlight. That's why it's just indigo and brilliant yellow pale. Has nothing to do with a limited color exercise." And why would people have any reason to not believe that? They should probably believe that story. We need a little more stuff going on here with the face. How's about, well, speaking of brilliant yellow pale and terra rosa, let's get those together here and see what we can do for this here face. See if we can lighten that up a bit. So Blades just did some yellow over pink today with the acrylics, and again, congratulations, Blades, on that first stream. It's really nifty that we have some new streamers getting into it. It's kind of been a while, actually. It's been a while since we've had a chance to celebrate some new miniature painters on Twitch. That is. There was a whole generation there of Stila, Greenfair Grim, and of course Pun Expected and such. Now it's time for yet another generation. We also need to get some eyes on this lady here. And yes, all of this is wet oil paint. Yes, I did thin this down a bit. However, not a pin line wash because, well, that wouldn't be super helpful here for eyes, would it? Not so much. See if I can sneak some light into some of these other areas right here. Like so. So a 2-hour stream became 4. Now that's kind of the best way to do that. Right, a nice way to be able to stream, but without necessarily feeling super nervous, right? Because you have somebody else there hanging out with you. They also, now it gets real interesting, as we're taking our, I guess we'll just use darker indigo here, why not? See if we can get her some actual eyes here. There's one, and the other one we're trying to have her almost look off to the left just a bit. Yeah, the streaming time really can pass by. I mean, well, now we're 3 hours, 18 minutes into this exercise right here. Of course, we also, I was hoping to do the movement tray. So, it would be nice if we could do that too. I know it's, well, now it's almost midnight here. I know it's a wee bit later there for all of the Eastern time zoners. Never did get my light on that boot. And also the stirrup right there. Suppose we'll lighten that just a smidge more. Any later. Again, that was a quick, nothing, throwaway freehand. That didn't take terribly long, did it? Didn't take super long, wasn't terribly difficult, and just a bunch of simple patterns. You combine enough simple patterns together, well, you get yourself something that looks a little bit more complicated than it actually is. Now, what was our Armada ships? Those had some complicated freehand on the sails, of course. Jelligato is still here. Oh, you know what we used to... Of course, there were the folks that, they wanted to show off their freehand ability. So everything on the miniature was freehand. The banner was 10 times the size of the figure. And it looked like the entire museum of the Louvre or something like that was painted on that banner. And then, of course, the ground had freehand on it. The horses, everything had freehand. And we used to call those, freehand golems. Yeah, we used to call them freehand golems because every single tiny portion of that thing was covered with freehand. Is that freehand? We love us some freehand, right? We love our freehand here. But sometimes, well, what is it we say? Less is more and more is way too much. Blades, there was literally freehand covering everything. Absolutely everything. So just imagine this here with all of this. There would be a marble floor. Well, technically that is. We did it here. This is almost a freehand golem right here. But almost, again, every square inch of them. Well, this is the pendant is freehand free. It's devoid of freehand. Yeah, here's, well, technically, I guess you could say this is an example of a freehand golem right there because every square, tiny portion of it is also covered with some freehand. Shiny Matrock, how you doing? The Shiny Matrock Emporium, nice to see ya. So yeah, the ye old freehand golems. And I've seen him. It's literally like just one infantry guy holding up a banner. The infantry guy is 1 1/8 inches tall. The banner is 6 inches tall. And of course, unless it's made out of some really light fabric, that thing is going to weigh about 200 pounds, and then the wind is going to hit it. Oh, thanks, Elite. That's my Prince Imrahil conversion for my Dol Amroth army. And we've also, if you look at some of, I think, I don't know if we did some streams here or if they were YouTube Live. We might have actually done some streams maybe. But essentially, freehanding mosaic tile. So yeah, some freehand mosaics on the floor. Gangs of Rome. Gangs of Rome. Yeah, I know there was a, there was a tutorial video showing how to freehand mosaic tile with all of something you would see on the floor of a Roman villa, that sort of thing. So I know we've done a couple of those on the Patreon page. Because love me some mosaics. Any darker here? You gotta dark down that. That's okay. What about this? I'm gonna make that darker too. Again, the darker that is, the more everything else stands out. Let's head on over here to our indigo. So shiny matte rock. The the freehand is used mostly to distinguish one army from another, or even factions within armies. And well, here's my best example right here, right? Our Candish stuff. So that is one army, but literally there is no named character for the Candish army. That might change with the new, maybe there's a new book that comes out, but as of right now, they have kings and they have chieftains. There is no big boss, so I have 3 separate factions, and each one has a different color scheme and obviously a different freehand, even though they're all the same army. So that's just, it was my way to be able to kind of distinguish within the army. Okay, this is the green chieftain still has 2 points of might left. The blue chieftain has already used up all of his might, and oh my god, he's used a point of fate also. Or the purple one, well, that's 100%. So he hasn't used might or fate or anything, and it's a nice way to have it look interesting from a visual standpoint, but have a practical application. And then of course here, what we did with this I wanted to just have fun. This was strictly about me wanting to paint that on those shields. That was literally what it was about, but we actually created a whole chapter around it, and that led to freehand in other areas too. But the whole thing started just because I wanted to freehand those things on the shield. And we developed essentially an entire kind of army around that. And of course, Hannah, now you did, well, actually, Hannah, here's a very recent video. And I think you've seen this example brought up before. Instead of just trying to paint the freehand on those 2 areas, why not draw it first, then measure it out, right? Same size, paint it here, get used to it, get acquainted with that, so that when you got to paint it here where there's undulations and it's not square or whatever, right? Paint it here first, get used to it, then put it on here. You'll feel a heck of a lot more confident, that's for sure. No doubt about it. So that's kind of one way to work around that familiarity, right? The more familiar you are with it, the less likely you are to be kind of concerned with it. You say, I've already painted this design about 4 times already. This is pretty much ingrained in my memory. I'm good to go. And hopefully that gives you the confidence to be able to paint what you need to without having to worry about that whole idea of I'm going to screw it up, right? And of course, when you do it with oils, if you don't like it, it takes about 2 seconds to change it around. Because if I didn't like this, I could take my blending brush, go boom, boom, it's all gone. And we did that here. So this design right here, originally it was this knotwork. I didn't like how it looked in the vertical format, so I completely changed it around. We also moved that horse back about 3 times because it was too close to this end of the banner. So again, that's another advantage with the oils. Now, again, it's a good idea to practice that pattern as much as you can, and then try and then get it down to a real size. Because there's times where you do a freehand design that looks spectacular when it's gigantic. Then you got to put it on this little banner and you say, why does that castle just look like a rocket ship? Or maybe something else that TOS doesn't let you talk about. So that's another way again to try and not just ensure success, but maybe cut down on that anxiety level. You don't want to maximize the anxiety. You want to maximize the fun. the satisfaction. Again, there's just like in Australia, everything wants to kill you there. The same thing with life. There's something always wants to make you anxiety ridden and not wanting to try something. Life wants you to be scared, and there are ways to maybe cut down on some of that. Thanks, Elite. But I tell you, I wish there was a bunch more. I wish there was lots more because, well, like we were just saying, right? The universe kind of uses us as a chew toy. And maybe if we could have a little bit of fun of our own and enjoy life a little bit more, not quite be so nervous about, well, the things that are supposed to be the fun things for us. Boy, just that little bit of anxiety, cutting down on that would be super. And of course, you'll find other solutions for yourself. As you do this kind of stuff, you say, you know what, I think if I do something like this, that's also going to make me relax a little bit more. So just like Shiny Mathrock is saying, there it is. Well, we have it here, right? It's in the Book of Wapol. Paint is just paint. Ultimately, it just goes where you want it to. It just follows your lead. And just the more you mess around with it, just like those color chart things that we do. When I'm doing those, obviously I'm doing them on the tutorial videos and such. You can hear it. I'll say, how many times do I say something like, wow, I wasn't expecting that. That is not what I thought was going to happen. So that's me learning new stuff all the time. Because I know people like to maybe find a technique. It's their thing. It's right. It's what they do, and then they never change after that. Yeah, I can tell you, I've seen so many people eventually just get bored with that. Eventually they just start saying, well, I do the same thing over and over again at work. This is supposed to be my fun thing, yet I'm doing the same thing over and over again. So, thanks again, Armored Wolf, for posting. Again, that is this thing right here, and of course we've had some kind additions to that already this evening, and of course last night's stream too. We appreciate that. No problem, Paint Liquor. No problem. Always here from the get-go. So I appreciate you being here. And of course, hopefully, we can hang out on Monday. What the topic will be, I have absolutely no idea. Well, we will find something one way or another. These guys right here, I knew they would be an interesting little example, especially of the film noir. As soon as I set eyes on this, I said that is going to be a prime film noir example right there. And sure enough, every time we see the old film noir on these things, it reveals a huge amount of that concept about the color contrast and what that really means. And of course, you can do that yourself too, right? You can take your phone, take pictures of the stuff. Every phone's got some kind of an app that'll let you at least take all the saturation out of it. That means you'll have a nice little black and white image. You too can see what kind of contrast you might have on your miniature. So yeah, that's oh, that's for sure shiny Mantarok. That's why we have the Book of Wapol, and well, I think there's technically more like 57 chapters to it, but I know there's 55 here on the channel here, but I think there's actually a few other ones that I just haven't had a chance to turn into graphics yet. Well, we've said it multiple times. Think long, think wrong. Because I've seen people think themselves right out of painting. So much second guessing that they never even pick up the miniature or the brushes in the first place. Again, that's going to impede the painted miniature accomplishment there by not touching them at all. And of course, and then no zero-sum game either, right? You can, like we said earlier, you could paint part of it in acrylics, part of it in oils. Obviously, either way, you got to let each of those paints dry before you try to move on to, well, here, I'm going to paint some acrylics on this. Got to let the oils dry first. Do I want some? Yeah, I guess I'm going to throw a little more light on the shoulder and on the upper, well, arm, for lack of a better term. Okay, I'm going to leave that line be a bit darker, even though here, see, that was facing the light. If we say that's stitched or something like that, we could say it's catching just a little bit of that light. And this edge, you know what, that's not, we need some sharper edges on this here. And of course, we really didn't start messing around with our fast matte white till we were very, very, very far along with this, right? There's a whole bunch of other really fantastic colors to make colors lighter or highlight things with. White is sort of, that's the last place I'm going to go. Last thing I'm going to turn to. So shiny Mantarok. Now it does come from the old art school days, where if they caught you with your hands like this on the metal ferrule, you would get a warning. If you were caught doing that again, they would just take the brush out of your hand. They would just take the brush out of your hand. Now, of course, this, as you can see, even no thumb on that brush, as you can see, I have just as much control as I need, even with only 2 fingers on that brush. The other thing is a little bit of ergonomics. And I've actually, there's people that have gone to this more relaxed kind of approach holding the brush here, and they say they don't get tired anywhere near as fast as they used to. They said, man, I was painting for 3-4 hours. I didn't feel sore because this death grip right here, that kind of moves up your arm. It actually moves into your arm, into your shoulder, into the rest of your body. You kind of start tensing up everywhere. And of course, stuff like this, right, where we want to have the nice juicy freehand. Well, look at look at this. It is literally closer to the back of the brush. So here, as you can see, there's no problem with brush control there. And it's, yeah, shiny Mantarok, like you got a long painting session going. You've got, you have 3 stands of Napoleonic cav to paint or something like that. And if you've got that more relaxed grip on the brush, that'll help. Also, too, again, with the oil paints, the harder the brush stroke, the more you're attacking the miniature, the less adhesion you're going to have. So that's kind of another, well, that's a structural thing, right? If you want that paint to stick there easily, nice, easy brush stroke. So again, here on this, we're going to try and bring out the edge of this a little bit more. Again, look where my hand is on that brush. Nowhere near that metal ferrule. Boy, Hannah, it makes So here we let's we have it right on the edge here, right? Right on the edge. And see how nice and easy it makes that, right? Because look at see all the clearance. Oh, look at this. You spin this around. Ah, now you can see the clearance that you have here. If you're doing it like this, I mean that's well, it's kind of hard to line that up, right? But here, pretty darn easy. And again, it's like you're just sweeping right across there. So it just does a couple of different things for you. Again, it's all about, well, making things easier, making things more chill, more relaxing. Because, again, if it's going to be hard work, might as well just stay at work and make some extra bucks. You want to enjoy yourself. Not, well, I mean, there's satisfaction after a work session, and then there's just feeling doggone tired. And the satisfaction part is great. Feeling like you just been through the ringer. Oh boy, that to me that is not relaxing. That's not fun. That is not fun. And of course, we all have less time for everything, right? No matter what other obligations we got, there's never enough time to do all the miniature painting that we want. Even for folks that do this for a living, I mean, I have to paint insanely fast because, well, it's what I do. But if it's not what you do, you just got to paint as fast as I do because you don't have the time. So all of a sudden it makes just that much of a difference in your enjoyment level, accomplishment level. Those two things kind of go hand in hand. Now I want to set this here aside. I'm going to see if I can't, on my movement tray now, maybe slap some colors on that. So we're just going to set this aside here real quick. Like, I just want to see if that's actually too big, if it's even feasible to get this. I think we can. I think we can do that. So we're just going to go back to what's on there. I'm going to say there's some brown matter on there. Back to the pre-glaze. To the pre-glaze. Here we are. Remember, this is DAS air dry clay. So we can let that just soak in there, do its thing. We'll use our Perlene black there, but again, that's going to be really, 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 really shiny for now. It will not be. Just give it a few minutes. So again, we'll go back to the other thing, but I just wanted to at least hit this with the pre-glaze. Like so. And then we'll wipe that away. We'll grab our big old filbert brushes. And we'll hit all the sand dunes and everything, which were, by the way, sculpted with some DAS air dry clay. I am going to do this so that people can see a little bit more of it. So there you go. See, shiny Mathlock clearing out the pile of opportunity, not the pile of shame or anything. That's the pile of opportunity. Because the sooner you clear out that pile of opportunity, it allows you to find more opportunities. Maybe start a new army. Yes, I call it my army of opportunity. Totally and completely justified. Again, some more of my brown matter here. Not so worried about thinner at this point, because all of this is absorbed. Even the the plants themselves, they're 3D printed, so they will be more absorbent. I still haven't had a chance to really compare absorbency between 3D printing resins. I have a suspicion there are some differences, but all the resins that I use are going to be very absorbent because they're all the Psoriasis simple, and each of them are highly absorbent. Yet monies and peace of mind, those are two great tastes that go together. That's for sure. Here we're just going to again sneak some of our pre-glaze down in there. Now I'm just going to grab my Perlene Black, and we might even also throw some of our thinner on that. Just let it sink down in all these crevices here, because again we're going to be coming back to it later. Coming back to that later, which means that'll have a chance to set. Not dry, but just set. Maybe a little more of my green there on the brush. Looks like we've just about got, there we are. Alright, well Blades, thank you so much for hanging out. Thanks for all the bitses and such too. And of course everybody please check out Blades, give Blades a follow. And Blades, congratulations on the first stream today. Hopefully the first of many streams, and you'll be able to have a blast doing more of those. I think I'm probably going to throw some more of my Perlene Black out here too. That would be, again, it's not actually black, it's just a dark green. Just a dark green. I'm going to throw some more of it out here. 1 second. There we are. Because I just realized I got a big old palm tree to do. And thank you so much. We appreciate all of our little hobbits. Thank you so much, Shiny Matlock. Along comes Gandalf and he says, I did journey down south here. Oh, I remember these palm trees. There was something that would keep falling off of it hit me in the head once. Didn't feel so good. Coconuts? Thank you so much, Shiny Matlock. Appreciate that. Taking that thinner, breaking that stuff down. Poof. And again, we're just going to let the thinner do its thing here. Again, trying to get our palm tree painted. This is some tight quarters here. Some very tight quarters. I'm going to just get me some more thinner, I think, so we just don't have to keep dealing with that. Also, too, needless to say, I've cleared out everything from the table. There's no miniatures sitting on the table here because this is going to be a little bit of a spattery type of a thing. I mean, you can see on my hands there, right, some of the spatter. Well, of course, Shiny Matlock streaming is its own sort of tranquility. Because, well, before this, I just, well, either filmed videos or painted miniatures with myself. And, well, you know, even though those 50 or 60 voices in my head tell me to do stuff, it is a little bit more fun, right, to have the company of folks on stream than just those nefarious voices in your head telling you to do things. So yeah, who knew that Gandalf was the Isaac Newton of Middle Earth? He discovered gravity. He didn't even know it. Wow, we've plowed our way through that Perlene Black pretty darn good. But again, the oils, they have such capillary action, right? So much capillary action. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. More of our green over here. Now we've got some Van Dyke brown. That's just gonna go here. Blammo. And then we'll wipe this away after we've let it had a chance to set for a while. I'll even let some of the Van Dyke Brown and some of my darker green work its way in there. So there we go. Very quickly right now, let's set this all aside. Set this aside, and let's go back to our miniature that's going to be sitting on this thing. Here, let me put this in a safe area. Maybe over there. Where's our miniature? There she is. Yeah, actually, Shiny Matluck, a friend of mine and I, we used to do something called just paint and play sessions. We would actually paint Memoir 44 stuff and make terrain for it. And then we would play a couple of scenarios of Memoir 44. And the next thing you know, we had played a couple of campaigns of Memoir 44, and we had a whole bunch of terrain, which I still have to this day. That was a game that I really did enjoy. We actually, well now, oh gosh, with the 3D printing, holy smokes. We wouldn't even need 1/72nd scale miniatures anymore. We could just print the darn things out. Wow, that would be really fascinating. Now here, let me get, there we are. But we're looking to do some more detailed cleanup stuff here. Maybe enhance some shadows too. There. And of course, again, we're not even 4 hours in, and not only have we made a whole bunch of progress in our miniature, but we've also even started the movement tray. So we'll be that much closer to having our unit completed here. Here, let me do the right there. There's some more. Now I still have to get my large format printer going. Technically I do have an Ender 3 here, so we could be printing terrain, but there's just no space for that, and well, no time to figure that thing out, as well as all of the other printing that I do. So that's still kind of going to be sitting off to the side. Now this thing, I want to take me a little bit more of this here Van Dyke Brown. Yeah, we're going to darken up that banner pole. Let's grab our blending brush one more time here. Again, a little bit of tap, tap, tap. Don't know how many times hours have been spent on banner poles just to somehow try and make them a little bit smoother. Oh my god, hours and hours wasted painting banner poles and spear shafts. Now I'm going to actually take the brown matter here. Might go a little bit further. Might go a little bit further here so we can have some reflected light there. That's what was missing. Same over here. We've got to get some reflected light down here to make that, well, look vaguely like metal. I guess we'll go with this. Same over here. So we're going to lighten this area. Right, because if it's supposed to be shiny, if it's supposed to be metal, how in the world is there nothing reflecting on that? And that's always going to be a thing. You're always going to need that reflected light, whether it doesn't matter if it's true metallic metal, regular non-metallic metal, any of those things. So, yeah, De Gruen, it's very silent. I just I very seldom do any kind of anti-shine over the top of them. Usually if it's just a color like say a phthalo blue or phthalo green, that tends to dry more shiny, but in that case, as always, we use this on our acrylic stuff too. Yield Army Painter Anti-Shine, because I can just brush this stuff on. Don't have to worry about it turning into snow or snowflakey or whatever, right? It's fantastic stuff. Also, too, spaghetti. Well, we don't want to say that word. We won't say spaghetti with our filament printers because that's a dirty thing to say. That's a dirty word around filament printers. Don't want to say spaghetti. And again, to gear it, we're using so little paint here. Like I said, by this time tomorrow, this should be with maybe just some parts of the violet and magenta. Maybe those will still be a little bit on the tacky side. Everything else should be very much dry. Very much dry. But that's always going to depend on the miniature, what the surface is. Is it a more absorbent one, like say a 3D printed miniature? Or is it a metal miniature, which is not going to be terribly absorbent? Or is it a resin miniature or plastic? Each of those has a kind of a different absorbency level. If you've used a bunch of cadmium colors, well, you're going to be waiting a while. Love me some cadmium colors, but those also do take longer to dry. So and they're expensive, right? So we started to cut out the cadmium colors mostly just because they're pricier, and we wanted people to not have to break the bank there too much to get their oil colors. But if you feel the need or anything like that, you could always use the Army Painter Anti-Shine. You should be able to get that anywhere, because you can basically get Army Painter stuff anywhere. And again, no need to spray it or anything like that. You just brush it on. I suggest you not pile that stuff on there. It works best when you're, well, a lot of things work best when you're not really piling it on. And it's sort of like chipping and weathering on vehicles. It's really fun to do. It's also really easy to maybe have a bit too much of that. That can happen really fast. Now here I've got this again is a lighter greenish color here. Yeah, seriously, taking some of that perline black, kind of a greenish gray. We'll throw that on some parts of the boot here. That is Das Boot. Trying to get a little bit of a grayish color going here. So Elite, there's maybe on average 12 or 13 colors on the palette. Everything that, again, this is your palette here. The colors that are sitting here, you see there's not much mixing that goes on. The mixing happens here. So like Landria says, it's basically infinite. The colors on the palette, there might only be 10, 12, 13 of them, 14 or something like that. But when you combine them, you make everything. Hey there, Thranuel. How you doing? So Thranuel, hopefully you were able to survive that extra long work hours there. So again, the oil paints, now of course you have to maybe factor in things like the interference color. Those are specialty type things. Same thing with the fluorescent oils that I make. The metallic, those are specialty things. You can't just take Terra Rosa and just make it metallic. You need to have some sort of iridescent pearl white with that, some sort of metallic medium. And well, if you want fluorescence, they're also different than your standard colors. So nice to see you again, Thranuel. Yeah, we actually started to slap some paint onto the movement tray. Now let me see if that movement tray is in a spot where we can take some of the stuff off of it with some... see that? See, it's not so shiny anymore, is it? Also, look at this. And not as much comes off, right? Because that DAS air dry clay, that is really, really absorbent. Now I'm going to zoom out here maybe a bit more. Now you can really see the whole thing here. So a 24-hour shift is happening. Okay. Well, Thranduil, sorry that you have to do another one of those. But like you say, it's kind of it's part of the job. Let me grab a couple more of my sponges here. There. Now, needless to say, we are going to generously employ our filbert brushes so that we are not spending a forever time trying to get our movement tray painted now, are we? Here, we're going to try and gather up any of the excess there. Now, we're not going to put too much pressure on these. Don't want to snap these things off. And I might even still let the tree itself absorb a little bit more because I had to go extra heavy on the thinner. So we'll just let that set longer, but I can, again, grab my filbert brush here. This one will get the magenta off of there. That would be an interesting sand color, so we'll get that off of there. And then we'll come back to our, we'll make our homemade yellow ochre. Brilliant yellow pale. Oh look, we already have a bunch of that sitting down here. Oh look, we even have the brown matter. Ooh, a little bit of our violet. And let's have at it here. Again, look at look at where my hand is on this brush. Will I actually be able to... Oh, you can actually see where my hand is on the brush now because we're zoomed out a little bit. Oh, that's an extra bonus. Extra bonus. Now you can see the right there. See some of the pre-glaze is mixing in with our lighter color here. You can see it right there on the brush. See, the brush is getting a little bit darker. It's starting to pick up some of that. Again, this the basing tutorial here. Yet another one of my tutorials on the Patreon page. This was, ironically enough, Basing Techniques episode 50. There's really more like 100 basing videos on the channel because you got to add in 34 more army painting series that also have basing. There's also 12 existing ones from the old painting pyramid. Look at this. See that? See that color right there? I didn't make that color. I made it, but it kind of made itself. Right, by just taking the brush here, doing our little dry brushy thing. Oh, look at all that brown matter just mixing. Believe me, having tried to paint these things with the acrylics took hours longer. Oh my god, it was insane. So much easier with just the stinking oil paints. So Shiny Matlock, again, these are 3D printed. That's from Make It Epic Basing. The palm trees, the palm plants. See, I'm going back in here again, see how we're able to... Well, let me zoom in a bit. How's about we do this? Let's zoom in a little more so we can see this. So here we're going to just plop some of our paint on there. See how that just got blended really fast? Do I have to go back into it again? Not really, do I? Now the sand dune texture that was sculpted in by hand with the DAS air dry clay. Again, it's this. There's a more, I guess, a little bit easier to see this. So this is the same idea. just on an individual base. Doing the same thing. Now, of course, this is not going to be quite as, say, light because it's in shadow. So we can let that be darker. Going to switch this around again. Look at this grip we have on the brush here. Very light. And see that paint starts to get darker and darker on the brush. Why? Because the pre-glaze is mixing with what's on the brush here. Those are mixing together, giving us way more color than we otherwise would have had, and there's no dry brushy texture on there either because, well, it's all blending together. Shiny Math Rock, I cannot confirm nor deny that I might try this on my, well, Vichy French, my Free French in the Desert, my DAK, my Desert Rats, my Italian army, because, well, we have a whole bunch of Bersaglieri that are just waiting for some basing. So, and I did actually do some desert stuff for my Italians. And of course, well, we have plenty of bolt action stuff. I did an entire British army with the well, kind of a more primitive version of the sand dune technique. Fortunately, I haven't done my DAK yet, so we can really go. We can go strong here with the sand dune on those. Now again, just gonna take a little bit of paint because a little bit. Well, that goes a long way, doesn't it? And there we are. See that nice soft brush stroke? What the heck? What the heck? Let's go closer in. Let's go even closer. See that nice and light. Very gentle brush strokes there. Letting that mix with all the brown matter that's there. So it's going to depend on the paint. There are some oils again, like especially the phthalo colors and some reds. I think quinacridone violet is another one. They sometimes will have a bit more of a sheen to them, but all you got to do is hit them with the Army Painter Anti-Shine, and you're all good to go. Now, surprisingly, the ultramarine blue from Williamsburg dries ultra matte, which surprises the heck out of me. Brown matter also dries ultra matte, but here again you have so that phthalo green that I used on the body of the miniature there, that's going to have more of a sheen to it, whereas the brown matter, purple matter, the Van Dyke brown that I used on the shield there, well, that's going to definitely dry more matte. It'll depend entirely on the color, and also will depend just how much you've got piled on that surface. If you're a hasty little hobbit and pile too much stuff on there at once, you might just have Gandalf show up and say, "Thank you so much, Make Me One Mate. How you doing?" On comes Gandalf and he says, "I could use a vacation, man. So seriously, I'm gonna die, and all I get is a white robe. How about I don't know. How about all expenses paid vacation to Harad? That doesn't sound right. Umbar? That doesn't sound right either. But where's Gandalf going to go for his vacation? Gee whiz. Where does a Maiar go to get away from it all? I'm not sure. But look at that. See that? Here's our next one. Nice. Again, look at that. No pressure on that brush. No pressure on that brush. Very, very little. Nice and easy. Oh, wait, look at this. We've, in no time flat, all of a sudden, not only do we have a lot of color here, but, oh, I could say we got ourselves some blending too, don't we? doing that. Again, we want that to have a little bit more of a dark look to it because it's underneath the palm tree, right? Oh, thank you so much. Recoil's mom says, well, here, that's how you get all expenses vacation to Harad. Thank you so much, Recoil and Recoil's mom. Thank you so much. There was a little bit more of these side effects today. Usually Friday and Saturday after the Wednesday session, those tend to be the days where she's going to feel it the most. We're thinking that between the reduced dosages and the increased preventative things, that this month might have been the least amount of side effect things. Of course, obviously with the new situation right there, we're hoping that's not going to wipe out all of that hard work. But thank you so much, Recoil. And how you doing? Oh, Recoil, where the heck did it go? There it is. So here's the miniature we've been painting. Yes, there is a miniature involved. Now you can see that we still have a little bit lighter here, right on our floor, but that's going to involve a little bit more of our brilliant yellow pale here. Do I see a shadow? I see a shadow in the chat. I see a shadow. That would be Lethal Shadows Gaming. Speaking of 3D printing, everybody please give Lethal Shadows Gaming a follow. Also, check out Lethal Shadows Gaming, where, well, if you're interested in getting something printed, why don't you just peruse through their 20,000 different STL files? It might take you a while, but you're probably going to find something that you want in those 20,000 STL files. So Lethal Shadows Gaming, glad to see you again. The last day of cricket against South Africa. Now, so Recoil has that. Well, I know you have the rugby sevens, right? Well, there was sort of a fast cricket. Did that ever really take hold? It's not like that's something I would really be interested in myself, but it seemed like the rugby sevens sort of took off. I wasn't sure if this truncated version of cricket might have had the same kind of success. I only ever got to play cricket one time. I wish I could have had many more opportunities. I would have liked to have been a bowler. So 2020 cricket, okay. So it is a big deal. All right, well, I don't know. Would you say, Recoil, it's just better that there's cricket instead of the game maybe just lags too far behind, and maybe younger generations just lose all interest in it, I suppose? But do enjoy the cricket myself, I have to say. Here we go. Now, those you get kind of familiar with cricket pitches when you're an Aussie Rules football fan, because, well, I'm not sure if every single Aussie Rules stadium is also dual-purpose cricket pitch, but well, let's see. I would imagine that the MCG and well, Etihad. Well, they don't still call it Etihad Stadium, do they? So Test cricket 5-day game is pretty hardcore. But the kiddies like the 2020. I thought so. Again, it's better some than none. The game just kind of losing too much because a generation just needs something that's quicker. I suppose that's helpful. I mean, when it's called the Melbourne Cricket Grounds, well, you know it's doing dual purpose right there. But again, I'm not sure if they still call it Etihad or not. That's the one massive indoor stadium. No, I'm putting a little bit of thinner onto that brush now, just a smidge, because we want to start to get some of our lighter stuff happening here. Still using that big old filbert brush. Doji, nice to see again. So Doji, we actually have been painting the miniature. We're pretty far through that. I just thought I would try and get some paint here on the movement tray. And then we also realized that people might actually be able to see some brush stroke here, and also how we're holding the brush like this, very crucial. So it's Marvel Stadium. Okay. Thanks, Recoil. I think I can remember the first broadcast where I heard that and I said, what the heck is Marvel Stadium? Because obviously, basically, I'm listening to the radio version. I don't see what's happening. And then I would obviously go to the AFL website or something and see the video highlights, and then I'd be like, wait a minute, that's Etihad. Did they build another indoor stadium? Well, it's a retractable roof, right? Right, Recoil? At least I think it is. Yeah, that's a retractable roof. I don't think I've ever seen it with the roof open. Well, maybe at night, I guess, but I've never seen it open during the day. I don't think. That would well, I mean, it okay. So it goes from an airline to a comic company. It just here there can be some angst over the renaming or the naming rights of stadiums, especially here in Chicago. Even the naming rights of buildings. I still refuse to call it the Willis Tower. It is the Sears Tower, which of course is hilarious that it's still it's still just a company, but we tend to, I guess, guard our landmarks. So it is okay. Well, I could swear that the in Geelong that for a while they called that Ford. It wasn't Ford Field, but was that Ford State? I forget what they called the stadium there in Geelong. So Recoil is a fellow aficionado of the original names. Just because you bought the naming rights to it doesn't mean I have to call it that. So glad to see that I'm not alone. Some might call that the grumpy old man syndrome, but why not? Next was this was a basing techniques episode 50. Yeah, and of course here's our and this actually goes right here. So the banner right here, that goes into this one right there. And of course, we will magnetize these just like we did here so that we can do this, right? And oh, look at that, not gravitationally challenged. And we've basically been sticking with the same filbert brush here. Now look, we're going to try and get this a little lighter right here. See this? But yet that brown matter. Boy, Doji, you should have seen how much thinner I chucked into this. To try and get all that stuff, that pearline black, to sink down in there. My goodness. There was a lot of thinner and a lot of pearline black that went into that. Just to try and get that filled up. That was pretty hilarious. So it's been that name for quite some time. Okay. Because actually, I could. Oh, that's right. There's a terrain. It's a terrain person that I noticed they're from Geelong too, or Geelong. If I say Geelong. Yeah, actually, a shiny matte rock. I use a couple of different. Obviously, that's the the rare earth magnet style right there. Let me see if I've got some that have the... So for the lighter miniatures like this, or the 3D printed, I actually like to use the refrigerator magnet style. Because, well, if the hold is too strong, you're going to have a miniature in your hand and you're going to have a base stuck to that piece of sheet metal, which that's less ideal, right? Oh yeah, oh, the Perline Black, the Radiant Violet. Again, Doji, you'll have to, once you do that, you'll have to send me some pictures or something, or just give me a report on how you feel that the staining of that goes, and then also too, how you feel about the gray, because more data, more better, right, Doji? So Lethal Shadows, it's typically a piece of sheet metal in the bottom of my my boxes there, only because the boxes, they're not even. They're not totally flat on the bottom, and a refrigerator magnet sheet would not lay flat. I know Green Stuff World, they have their system is, well, you have the refrigerator magnets that go on the figures, and then they have what they basically call a magnet sheet. It's just it's a heavier sheet. It's pretty thick, I gotta tell you. Now, it would be nice if the cases that I used had a totally flat bottom, and I could just go ahead and use the magnet sheet on magnet sheet. Let's see. Oh yeah, thanks Doji. Oh, and look at this. Recoil has some brushes on the way from Lethal Shadows. So everybody, we talk about 3D printing with Lethal Shadows, but we would be remiss if we did not also mention that Lethal Shadows Gaming has some brand new brushes. So again, we'll let Lethal Shadows talk about those and show you some links, of course, in the chat. Now again, here we're going to take our blending, we're using it like a blending brush. Look at that. See that? See that brown matter that just mixed in there? You see it there again. Same deal. Look at where my hand is on this brush. Yet, are we not able to get some nice deal? Look at this. Is that not going exactly where I want it to with the exact pressure that I want it to? It sure the heck is. You better believe it. Look at that. Look at this here. Again, it can all go exactly where you want it to go. You don't have to. I'd be working on this a heck of a long time if I had a death grip on there, wouldn't I? Oh yeah, that's right, with the interchangeable tips. I know Lethal Shadows, you had mentioned the specifics on how many kind of interchangeable tips there are and such. Now, look at this. What are we doing here? We're just enhancing this slightly here. See a nice little undulation right there. Here, let's get some more of our light over here. Again, see the brown matter pre-glaze mixing in there the entire time. So Doji, I really do appreciate that. Obviously, we can only do so many experiments, as much as we love to experiment here. But when other folks are kind and willing to do the experiment and then share the knowledge with us, we certainly appreciate that. Now, I think you can see here, see how that's got a little bit of height added to the tray. Now, what I'm going to be doing is we're going to take, here it is. See this? This is the most expensive base painting material ever. This black 3.0 stuff. I think this is about 25, 26 bucks for this container here. However, you can kind of see the difference there. Well, I mean, here it is. You don't see it quite so much there, right? Because that blackest black, especially if I was to do one more coat on there, it's so matte that you don't see that difference. So that's, again, that's Stuart Simple. It's black 3.0. I use that for diorama, especially diorama bases. You could use it on plinths maybe if you just want the plinth to kind of disappear from view. Now you can see we're getting lighter and lighter here, right on our desert basin. Gets a little bit lighter each time because we want to have that integrate reasonably well with what we've already got there. Now, how's about we switch over here? It got a little brown matter going in the brush. That gives it a bit of a reddish look. Not a radish. I'm also going to back out here so you can see what's going on. Again, recoil and recoils, Mom. I really do appreciate that. Again, well, really not looking forward to this Wednesday because that is, well, some sort of verdict will be issued there. That is really not something I'm... So, it'll be very interesting trying to film videos that Tuesday night into Wednesday, especially since I'll get no sleep that night. Yeah, that's going to be another all-nighter after the all-nighter that we did this last Wednesday. Now, let's see how that dark color got on there really quick. How's about we go back over here, we grab some of our brown matter again. I have been known to hold brushes like this. You think I'm joking, huh? You think I'm joking? That's going to give me a nice light touch there, right? Just holding the very end of it. So I was painting actually a Flames of War scale Stug like that, and the person that was watching me said, all right, I'm calling shenanigans on this. There's no way this is real. You're just trying to mess with me. And I said, no, I wanted a lighter stroke on that brush. Now here, let's get rid of some of the junk there. We didn't, there's no cleaner on that brush, right? Just taking a paper towel to it. Oh, thanks, Doji. Yeah, just, it's very, there's a wee bit of distraction, right, involved. It's a wee bit of distraction. And there's enough hilarity in each of the videos, right, Doji? Where we're dropping stuff and gluing myself to things. Now again, see all that green that gets on that brush there? But see how it's all blending together. How do we know that? Because look at all that dark paint on that brush. Look at all the dark paint on that brush. So yeah, Flames of War Stug had my hand way over here, and they said, this is not legit. What are you doing here? I said, it's totally legit. I needed a lighter brush stroke. Because I think I was maybe doing some stuff on the tracks, either that or on the Shurizen. I might have been trying to do some light effects on the Shurizen, maybe. Just trying to get those armor panels a little bit lighter. Now, Doji, that was on this one, wasn't it? Well, hey, that's one way to keep your that's one way to keep this cleaner, right? If you just in advance you spill water all over it, how can this get dirty? It's like it's pre-cleaning. It's totally pre-cleaned when I spilled that water. That was deliberate. Is that how it goes? Yes, that was deliberate. Our favorite dwarf falling off the horse. Again, you can see how simple this can be. But look at all that green that's on the brush. What is that telling us? That's telling us that we're not going to end up with some sort of dry, very easily identifiable dry brushy texture. Now here, see we got these guys here. We were talking about this and the whole side swiping here, whereas this means nope. This means, oh yeah, look at it. I can take this brush and just give it a nice little side swipe like that. See all the dark green that's on the brush. Same thing over here. Also, you do any harder of a brush stroke on her, you're liable to snap that thing right off of there too. So, a side benefit. So Lethal Shadows has some 5 and even 10 gigabit in the area. Well, Doji, I'm really glad, and of course, Doji, if you want to post any of your stuff there from the discords and such in the chat, I mean, obviously, it doesn't matter acrylic or oils, but you know, we like to always show off what people are doing with the oil paints. We have another Twitch streamer for you to follow. That is the Joy of Painting Minis. Actually, speaking of which, Joy of Painting Minis, if you wanted to share some stuff in the chat, if you want to share some stuff in the chat there, everybody please give Joy of Painting Minis a follow too. So yeah, Dick Ruin, it was this video right here, and well, I had, you know, one of these things that was filled with water. Actually, it's probably this one because I see some of the, yep, there's some Daz Air Dry clay residue in there. And I was using, well, one of these brushes, believe it or not, yes, a painting brush, and I was sculpting the Daz Air Dry clay with it, and I knocked this over, and this whole thing was one giant puddle of water. Well, thanks, Tea Kettle. There's yet another streamer for you to follow. Everybody, again, please give Tea Kettle a follow. And Tea Kettle, thanks so much for providing Megan's first raid. That's it's always kind of a special occasion. So Joy Paint just got back from the theater there. Little night at the theater. So Joy of Painting Minis, we've been working on the 4th miniature of this unit. And well, now I just thought, let's see if we can get the tray painted. As it turns out, oh, look at this. Remember how shiny that was looking? Let me see if I can zoom in even more here. Yeah. Remember how shiny this little thing was? Not so shiny now, is it? That's because we were not hasty little hobbitses. We were patient like an ent. And guess what? Now we can do our little dry brushy stuff on here, not have too much crazy happen, right, with too much thinner. So everybody please check out the there's a Doji just posted some fun stuff for you to check out. It's an Instagram. But it does come with a sound warning. Yeah, you know, Doji, Instagram and, well, YouTube is pushing shorts, sort of. They won't play them. They want you to do them, they just won't play them. But Instagram really wants you to do the reels. And again, I thought I was going to have a nice new filming area for doing those. Well, that plan got derailed again. Well, again, TK, thank you so much. Like I say, she was super thrilled about that. And of course, well, she's streaming at a time that I don't think we'll be doing too much raiding. That is, unless she starts streaming really early in the morning. Otherwise, I don't foresee us raiding that way too often. Who knows? Maybe she does. So I think we're all caught up there. So again, Joy of Painting Minis, if you wanted to post something there in the chat so people could see the fabulous stuff that you are doing, that would be nifty. Again, look at that dark paint on the brush there. So I'm going to flip it over here. Got another leaf right here. Again, look at that. No death grip on the brush. Look at all that dark green color on the end of the brush. How's about we go back over here? We grab, and there's a yellow in there too. A little bit of yellow into this, so now we don't just have the cooler pearling black. Here, look at this side, going to be more in shadow. Why? There's a leaf sitting right on top of it. This side a little more open. Makes sense, doesn't it? Sorry, Joy of Painting Minis is the Instagram link, and Doji is Discord. Sorry about that. Unfortunately, because this stuff is so big, the camera boom is in in the way of the chat. So I have to literally look around the camera boom, and sometimes that leads to a little bit of a faux pas in the chat reading there. So much apologizing. Oh, let's turn this thing back around here. Get these little guys. Like so, and now I'm going to try and get some much lighter color. I might just stick with this, yeah. Stick with this here. I'm going to zoom back out so again people can maybe get an idea of what it is that we've got sitting in my hand here. Brilliant yellow pale, maybe a touch of our fast matte white. So Joy of Painting Minis, what is the... Do you have some mega projects that you want to do for this year? Or is I know we were asking that just the other night. Is there kind of a series of smaller projects, or is there one really big overarching project? I know there's stuff that people are wanting to do for Adepticon, of course. So there's still some yellow in this here. Let's thin that down a little bit more, shall we? And let's bring in again some more of our light here. Can still do some nice little blending right there. Now Doji, with this being Sunday morning, well, you could still do your bakery run because it's Monday. Yeah, that's right. It's the weekdays when the bakery runs don't have. The weekends though, Sunday morning's okay for bakery runs. So trying to do the Age of Darkness box to do some 30K. So Joy of Painting Minis is looking to kind of invert the usual pile of opportunity ratio to a pile of accomplishment, to have the pile of opportunity and pile of accomplishment equalize. If not, go the other way. No, actually, to flip that on its head, so that the pile of completion exceeds the pile of opportunity. Now, where the heck did that brush go? That's my silver hand. There you are. Now we'll just use this as a blending brush here too. So see how we've kind of lightened up that edge there. Not everywhere, right? Just in some select places here we're going to do that. Breakfast is done. Time for some swimming. Kind of funny. I always begged to go sailing. They always wanted to go swimming, and I always wanted to go sailing. Absolutely loved sailing. That is something that I could do day after day after day, and never get tired of that. Now, here again, we're taking our light color. It's just like what we did on our horsey, right? See, we just slapped that light color there, grabbed our blending brush, and yay. Well, that's what we're doing here. Same thing. So this is the movement tray here for the Starfall Outriders. Yes, Starfall Outriders. And this is the miniature we painted already tonight. This was last night's figure. This was Thursday's. Yep, that was Thursday's. And then this was the tutorial video that I did on Wednesday, right there. And of course, ultimately, in some ways, it's going to be quite a bit like this. So kind of the same idea as those Dothraki there. Here, let me move these guys back. Thranduil, well, yeah, that's been obsessed with sailing for as long as I can remember. Wind and sail, that is the proper way to move a ship. Pile of opportunities always. So Doji says that the pile of opportunity is self-replicating, and it's yeah, it always has the advantage because of its self-replicating nature. Just like the self-spilling bottles of was that the contrast paint? Yes, those self-spilling jars. Now let's do the same over here again. We're going to just take some of this. What we're doing here. Just going to plop some of that on there. Here, let's grab Mr. Blending Brush. A little tap, tap, tap. And oh, looky there. Looky there. Here's my brush again. Now, I will say this has a wee spot of thinner on it. Because, well, we've done a lot of dry brushing and such here, so the paint is, there's not a lot of liquid on the surface already, so that kind of gives us the leeway to do something like this. So again, we just chuck that on there. Here's my blending brush. Even the blending brush, you got to have a very light grip on it. So we're going to take that, push it this away. Alright. So yeah, Thranule, I mean, obviously the little sunfish type things, those are fun. But, I don't know, like your 12-foot boats or something like that, those kind of are my preferred boats. Because you can actually, well, you can set up a jib on those. And then offers a different type of sailing experience than just the little sunfish or whatever those are called. Where did my blending brush go here? Where did you go? Oh, there you are. There you are. So, this thing right over here. Can't look what my hand is on that brush. That is the one nifty thing. I didn't think this would offer such a great opportunity to show the different kind of grips we have on the brush. Well, the light grip that we have on the brush. Whoops, wrong one. Let's do this. Again, that's mostly brilliant yellow pale. However, there are some other. There's a little bit of our fast matte white on. There's a little bit of our Indian yellow on that brush too, and some radiant yellow. As this kind of crawls up this rock right here, how's about we lighten that a little? Oh yeah. Alright, there, we just did that. So see how that's got kind of a rough edge to it? Well, it did. Not anymore. Not anymore. More of the same. Right there. Is that a Sarge? Do I detect a Sarge? I detect a Sarge. I detect a Sarge in the force. Thank you so much, Sarge. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. So Sarge, look at this. We have, where's our, here it is. So we were painting the last miniature tonight. Little freehand on the banner, just some minor stuff, no big deal, right? And then we're matching up our movement tray. Matching up our movement tray to the miniatures themselves. Now Hannah says, do I detect a Blitzkrieg in progress? Thank you so much, Hannah. Appreciate that. Of course, I don't think Sarge is going to let that go unanswered. Sarge is usually, who knows whether it's AP, heat, or just fire for effect. Sarge is going to say, nope. I'm going to answer that back. Now here, let's get some of our lighter yellow-ish color in here. Along the top edge of this, let's maybe thin it down a little more. Just a smidge more. See what I just did there? Look at this. This is a $5 brush, by the way. Look at it. I'm just going to push the paint this way. So what I just did there, I've just shoved the paint off to the side here. Look at this. We got a blending brush. Little tap, tap, tap. Over here. Big old nasty edge. Well, not really. Because look at this, Push it all that way. So, look at that. Sarge has responded. I do believe. Thank you so much, Sarge. Appreciate that. Now over here. Okay, we've got some, I see some, a little bit of texture there. So what are we going to do? We're going to take our blending brush here. Look at this. See, we're kind of doing this swirling brush stroke right here. That is also going to take away some of these rougher edges. Now we got some more here to do. Now this really shouldn't be all dark like that. So why don't we take that. We'll make a change. Oh, like this. See, I'm just scrubbing this. Look at that. Okay, how many seconds did that take? How many seconds did that take? Did it take a bunch of layers? No. Hashtag no layers. So Thranuel is, are there war crimes committed in the chat? There's no safe spaces in the chat there. You got to take cover. It's trench warfare in the chat. When those bitses start flying around, you better keep your head down when those bitses start flying. Because a good old-fashioned blitzkrieg just might ensue. Now we're going to take some of our light here. Again, look at this right here. We're going to enhance the edge of that, and same over here too. So all I did was go blom, 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 and now we'll do this. Now we're going to do this. We're going to take this. See, it's going to go right up the side of this little heel. Just taking that. We're going to borrow some of that lighter color, and we're just going to pull that right up here. We'll do the same over here, the same over here. This guy, see a big old hard edge there? Well, it used to be, not anymore. Just modifying all these edges here, and it creates again a nice shifting sands type of base. I'm going, yeah, let me take, again, brilliant yellow pale. There is a touch of our fast matte white in here, I have to say. Oh, looky there. Now remember what we were just talking about, that blackest black, that's just black primer right there. But what's going to go over the top of that is that Stuart Simple Black 3.0. Oh, hey, Sarge, with the around your diorama there, I don't know if you wanted to post your diorama that you've got of the Witch King there with the fabulous juniper trees, but were you thinking along the outer edge of that? I think we were talking about that, right? Whether or not to maybe use the blackest black there. Now, Sarge, this is the original size, or would you call it that? You know, the file as they did it. It's their size. Now, you can see that compared to the Song of Ice and Fire miniatures, it's a little bit on the short side. That's why I put it up on a little mound of rock. However, for Lord of the Rings scale, that works out pretty well, doesn't it? So at Lord of the Rings scale, that tree is fine. But, well, okay, here's a Conquest miniature. Oh, and by the way, again, we found out that apparently this won the December paint contest, whatever the Conquest thing is. Here's some more 3D printed foliage, by the way. Oh, and that's also a cork, bulletin board cork for the base. Now, so the miniature is taller than the palm tree. This is like, People say it's 138 scale or 38 mil scale. I insist that this is at least 45 millimeter scale because these things are ginormous. If they dominate over this palm tree like that, I'm going to say they are actually more in the 45 mil scale. So I didn't enlarge any of that. I was successful in printing them absolutely tiny for Armada. Um, it's going to be really interesting trying to put those tiny little palm trees together. But I guess we'll give it a shot. That was supposed to be a basing video where I'm actually doing some terrain pieces for Armada. You know what? Let me take... Where's my silver handle brush again? I think what we're going to do is lighten this up just a smidge over here. It's actually got some green on it. Seriously, it's from some of our trees. We're also going to be hitting our trees again too. But can you see what we're doing there? Alright, now here, let's take some brilliant yellow pale. Maybe that'll just do it. Maybe that's going to do it. Light touch on this brush, of course. Even lighter than before. You could either take a paper towel, or I'll just do it like this so you can see it. See, I'm just clearing out some of the extra paint on that brush. We say less is more and more is way too much. This is the less part. This is where there's just less of it. Again, we're going to hit the edges on these. If I feel the need to do it, I could always go back in here and do lots of detail stuff on the branches and the leaves and whatever. I might just be inclined to snap some pictures of it before doing that. I don't know if it's really... I don't know if it'll really show up too much in the group shots. I would really love to be able to have my carousel thing set up so that this could just kind of rotate around, and I think that's going to be what a lot of my reels are going to be, is just a unit like this kind of rotating around. So again, Sarge, I appreciate that. And of course, Sarge, if you want to show your fabulous Witch King again, you know me, love me some basing. I absolutely love some basing. Just working in some light here on the underside as well. Now, see all that darker color that's getting on the leaves there? I don't mind that, because what that's going to do is just create a whole different color here. So we've got some warmer green on the upper surface. The shadow surface here, that's going to be a cooler color, which it would be. It's in the shadows. Now, of course, if this was a little bit closer to the sand, maybe that gets inverted. The blue sky influencing the color on the upper surfaces, and the sand influencing the color on these lower surfaces here. Look at all that dark green on that brush. But again, look where we're holding this thing. Way, way, way back on the end of the brush. Now I'm going to get me a little bit more of my green down here. This over here. Let me go back. Let me backtrack a bit here for something that's more of a brownish tone. Blending brush again. Right here. Shoving that color around. Now I have plenty. Look at this. See how it just disappears? That just disappears. Because that's our pre-glaze there. Remember, don't always remember the pre-glaze. Don't forget the pre-glaze. That's there for me to mix with. This is why we don't do the zenithal stuff, right? Because, well, Yeah, zenithal prime the thing, spend the entire rest of the time just painting over the top of it and covering it. Whereas here, this is what we call an active zenithal, right? There aren't that many other kind of zenithals where you can actually take your previous zenithal, literally grab it, and start mixing it with the new color that you're chucking on there. Somehow, I don't think it really works too much like that. Here, though, big difference, yes? Big difference. Let me grab, where's my little brush again? Here you are. So again, light grip on that brush. Set it on its side. Bam, look at that. Doing some dry brushy stuff there. Why don't we, so Older Stench, how you doing? Nice to see. Sorry I didn't see you there again. The chat's a little bit difficult to see because we got that camera zoomed out big time. Now let's take our blending brush once again. Nice and easy. Here we got these lighter brush strokes that we can integrate really quick. Alright, so this is a way that you can just chug through those units and those armies right quick. No fooling around. No painting an area 20 times when you could pretty much just do it once or twice and be done with it. Also, well, you're not using up as much paint. Believe me, this right here is taking next to no oil paints. This would take a heaping help of those contrast paints. Again, the self-spilling jars. So everybody please check out Sarge's Witch King. Fabulous diorama there. But yeah, Sarge, for the edges of your diorama there, I was thinking, well, if you just want it to be, well, black, that Stuart Semple stuff, you'll have to do at least 3 coats of it, possibly 4. Kind of depends on how absorbent the wood is. Now again, we'll take our blending brush, just stab away at this here. Blend it successfully. Here we got that a little maybe too dark. I can just take what's on the blending brush. I'm just taking this brush, swirling around like this. Now again, the Stuart Semple stuff, blackest black, that would just go right over the top of that. Now I think what we're also going to do now is let this have a chance to set for a bit. We'll have that set for a spell, and then we're going to get back to our miniature here. Oh look, there it is. Same type of sand dune painting right there. Noticing that I went really light on my movement trail. I want to make sure we're doing the same here on our base. Again, don't want to ignore the shadow areas though. Oh, that's cool. That's cool, Sarge. Again, now what's I think I might put a few little lights on the leaves here. Of course, on the movement tray, I may have to at least do this on the plants that are on the lower level there. Maybe not so much on the palm tree, because you won't be looking down at it that much, I suppose. Couple more lights down here. Maybe this too. This boot never really did get much lighter, did it? Now, of course, well, you can see there's a big old mole line running right through that leg there. We'll try to, as always, work our way around those things. Alright, thank you so much, Shiny Matrock. Appreciate you being here. And, well, like we were talking about, right, not a bad thing for some DAK, for some Bursaleri. for some Tezzeret, for some, oh gosh, anything in the desert will work just fine. Now here I'm also going to try and get some more of my light down there. Just going to chuck that on there. Guess what? Grab the blending brush. Oh, I can zoom in one more here. There we go. Now we're back to our camera view. Just a little hint of some light down there, maybe reflecting a bit of the sand, or the light coming from the sand. So see you later there, Doji. As always, it's fantastic to have you here. And enjoy the swimming. Enjoy the swimming. Blending brush again. So we got that big old... now you can see the big old line. And remember we were talking about, I think it was either earlier this stream or last stream, where we want to paint some of these other difficult to reach areas. Well, with the oils, it's nice and easy because you just have to do what I did. Is just bam, drop a lighter color there, grab this other brush, and just start, well, stirring it around, right? That's all you need to do. I think we'll go with one more level of highlight on the boot there. I think we've gone about as light as we can here. I was also wanting to get something underneath here on the underside of that, and maybe that's where we take some of our red, some of our Indian yellow, like this. There we go. So it's a little stronger orange. Let me see if I can flip this. Oh yeah, that's all just a whole bunch of dark right there. We need something. There we go. That was all looking way too similar. Back to our Indian yellow. Get it more of a transition that way. And then of course this. I tried my best to file away the mold lines in that area. That was a wee bit of a challenge. So when it comes to the Song of Ice and Fire stuff, the majority of this is almost like an advanced bones material. However, the banner here, right, that's more of a hard plastic type of thing. So this is more your typical GW plastic. So that way you avoid the floppy spear syndrome. Yeah, you don't want the FSS. Stay away from the FSS. And that's what they try to do there by using those stronger plastics for things like the swords, spears, banners, that sort of thing. Because, yeah, bones material, right, that was notorious for being a little flopsy on things like wings and swords. Not so much here, fortunately. Hey, Free Range, how you doing? Nice to see you, Free Range. And we cannot confirm nor deny that there might be some kind of a medication that could help you with floppy spear syndrome. Again, well, who knows? Maybe when you really get through that pile of opportunity, you won't have quite as much of the floppy spear. So how you doing, Free Range? Great to see you again. So we've had quite the blast here, not just painting the miniature here, but also a little freehand, and then also painting our movement tray. It's been quite a while since we painted a movement tray on stream. Might have been the Targaryens. Now, we've also, I think we also managed to do some of the snow effects on stream. That would be, well, the crushed glass snow, and that is available from Armored Wolf Productions. Also, check out Armored Wolf on the Instagrams for the fabulous dice bags, of which Armored Wolf has been working on well, tons of bags this week, including some really intricate, what's that? There was a word bear, also a Nurgle bag. Unbelievable metalwork and painting and tooling of all kinds. So check out Armored Wolf on Instagram and you'll find lots of pictures. And then, of course, Armored Wolf's Etsy page is where you can get some of those fabulous things. Now this, I need to do two things. I got to get lighter on the headscarf here, here, and here. But that, I think, I'm going to take my brown matter. Okay, well, that's starting to look a little bit on the magenta side, so we got to take our radiant green, I think, and do that. So everybody, again, please check out the Etsy and Instas there for Armored Wolf. Now we're going to get some of our lighter magenta here. Let's do that. Again, we've got our hand as far away from the miniature as we can possibly be. Do the same up here. Just ever so slightly there, a little bit right here. And then the rest, I'm actually going to go, ooh, well, that might be a little more brilliant yellow pale than I was thinking, but let's run with it and see how that works. Also, too, this might need to be a little thicker. Sure enough, the paint needed to actually be a little bit thicker. Thin sticks too thick, and vice versa. Bingo, look at that. That's big difference in the adhesion of that. Also, we now have a nice little set of shading on that. Taking my brush here, bingo. Again, trying to get as many of my lightest lights here on the magenta areas. Maybe a little bit more here too. On the top of this banner. A little more there. So this is again our lightest magenta. We're using the radiant magenta. Still have a little touch of red in there though. Little touch of red. Nope, we're gonna back up here. That would have been way too light, way too fast. Okay, that fold makes a little more sense now also. On the top of the headscarf here. Just in this area. Ah, Bitsron. Hi there, Bitsron. Hopefully today wasn't too bad today for you. And of course, I know you've been really working hard on all different kinds of genres of stuff. We actually painted the movement tray for this too, in addition to the miniature. And again, I just kind of had to set that aside because I was starting to pull off too much paint from some of the edges. So we just said, all right, we're going to set that thing aside here. I'm glad that work wasn't too bad. I'm looking at this thinking, I could use some reflective light. That we haven't been doing a bunch of that on this again because, yeah, let's go a little bit lighter here. So we'll take our fast matte white. We'll let that get mixed into our indigo here. like you do. Oh yeah, we might have to go back into that with some of our dark. I don't know, but this we might even need to also get some reflections of our. Yep. Well, maybe not. It is all in shadow there, so maybe we don't need reflections of magenta. I was thinking about it, but maybe we won't do that. Take that. See, we just took that little light down and we just drag that right down. So we did there, same deal. Keeping the colors themselves simple, we let them do the mixing on the surface, right? Let the oils do what the oils do, and let them do all the work for you instead of you having to do all the work. Ask not what you can do for your oils, but what your oils can do for you. That's right there in the Book of Wapple. Let me see if I can throw a little bit of reflection there. We'll take a blending brush to this. So, well, we see we still have just, we have enough of our indigo. There's enough indigo there, still from our pre-glaze. Yeah, that's just basically the pre-glaze. Let's do a little bit of blending there. Tone that down a bit. Now, what about... I think we've gone about as light as we can go there, so I might have to come back in with, there's my brown matter. And maybe here where the eye is, I'm going to try and get a little bit on the top of that, and then a little smidge there. I guess overall there, that cheek's just going to be a little bit darker. Well, again, shadow right from the banner. We have to always be thinking about that. Where might a shadow be cast? I'm gonna we'll leave it like that. Maybe we don't necessarily have to lighten that up too much. I will, however, try and lighten this up. See, that's too much of a magenta type color. If I grab some green, this will just turn more of a grayish color here. Return to our blending brush one more time here. So all the stuff that's already there, we're just going to utilize that. Look at that. I might even enhance the green a little more. It's not going to look like green here. Yes, we're using green to highlight our brown, a reddish brown in fact. However, that's going to separate a little bit more color-wise now from all this magenta that's sitting around. If you try to just do a reddish brown next to the magenta, it's just gonna mostly just look red. And that's about it. Here, let's stick with our green. Stick with that green. There we go. Will we lighten this up a little bit more on the other side? Possibly. But that's the same green over there. But here it just looks like some kind of a grayish brown. Your green and your red are opposites, of course. Oh, and sorry, that's right. You're going to be doing the kind of the moonlight stuff there. I guess where you're going to try and do, it's kind of hard to do backlighting, right? That almost works a little bit better. Well, I guess if you're going to do a background painting. And that's still a diorama that I want to do another one of. This somehow never really, that leg right there never really got any lights, especially right next to all the sand. Again, just taking that brush, shoving it over on its side here. Yeah, with that loose grip, makes it so much easier. Like so. A little lighter there, also back down in there. So I just chuck that lighter coat on the tail, then we take this, fade that a little bit. See, that's a bit too solid. Now here we left the more intense part there, but see how this other part just gets faded away. It's just like what we did on our movement tray. Let me just see if I can grab this. So the same as what we did on our movement tray, with all of these areas here, right, of our sand dunes. I think I could use a little light on the horse's face. Still actually have that green on the brush. Got the oh, actually she's not all right, here, let me I thought she was actually had her mouth open, but does not. So let's see if we can get a lower lip on this thing here. If we can. It's gonna be really close quarters there. All right. I might maybe go a little lighter than that. It's gonna be interesting trying to get that on there without having an issue, but we'll try. Now I'm gonna thin it down a little more. And use that fast matte white. A little bit of fast matte white here on that lower lip, which is really, 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 really thin. This surface up here, again, where we've got some rough texture from the mold lines. I don't think we need to go any lighter there. This, though, a little bit lighter, and then we'll take our blending brush, then I'm going to go back. So the underside of the face right here. There's a couple of things missing there. Let me see if I can get my smaller brush here. Well, I think we're just going to try and do that mostly with their darks. How's about indigo and Van Dyke brown? Because that's going to make something nice and dark here. You don't necessarily have to have any black on the palette, especially when you've got Van Dyke brown and your indigo. That is a whole lot darker. This, I don't know, maybe almost a pinline wash right there. This, oh yeah. Let's get some dark on the underside of the reins, the bridle, underside of his chin. That was a little too late. Now here we don't have anything, so let's do a little something on this side. That's just some whatever lighter color right there. Is there an M-Tellies? There's an M-Tellies. M-Tellies, how the heck are you doing? So M-Tellies, it was weird. I was kept trying to find a place to send a message, and there just wasn't any, except for essentially like a customer service type of thing. And I thought, I don't think that's where I should send that. But apparently they've got a separate or a couple of separate Instagram things. Oh, thanks M-Tellies. Now M-Tellies, we were actually painting the movement tray as well. Wait, this is the stuff that's sculpted on there. This is just a little quickie freehand. No big deal there. Just something fun to enhance it a little bit. So everybody please also give M-Tellies a follow. M-Tellies rockin' the MetaZoo. Very soon at LVO. So that is coming up. And of course, at a game castle, you can also find M-Tellies there again, rocking the MetaZoo. There we are. That's how I think that's going to work. And again, as much as I would like to be able to put some more detailed things on our trees, we're just going to have to, as you can see there, you can see some of the oil paint that's out here and out here and such. We just don't want to keep transferring that all over the place, so we're not going to do any more on our movement tray for tonight. So thanks again for the heads up, M-Tellies. I never would have known. I would have had no idea whatsoever. So it is much appreciated. Now there's what was the other faction? I think it was at the same time as War doing it. It wasn't. That's not 100 Kingdoms. It's Old Dominion, right? Is that the other new faction? Or has Old Dominion actually been out for a while and they've just added some new things to it? Again, my conquest foo is a little bit on the low side there. Not super up on all the conquest stuff. Now here's one way there. See, instead of just putting an edge highlight along that, you can see it's darker here. It gets light here. Guess what? Where it's over the shoulder, and then it starts to get darker over here. Yeah, so M-Toys, I guess we'll have to remember to put those hashtags on things. Somewhere I've got the, I think it's still part of 100 Kingdoms. It's those knights. I've got them somewhere. I'm going to try and get those guys put together, except I think I already lost the instructions for them, so maybe I can do the Google search on those and see if we can find the instructions on them. Not that they're always all that helpful. They can be a little bit misleading sometimes. Now here, what I had was actually a lot of lighter color on the hands. Actually coming in here with some brown matter to darken some of the fingers around the knuckles, and see, that looks lighter by default. Didn't have to highlight that anymore. So thank you so much, Pitron. And glad that the workday was, I mean, obviously there's many other things you would prefer to do, but as long as it wasn't too much of a hassle. Now, what's going on here? I'm going to maybe try and create a micro blending brush here. Well, that's even better, Bithron. Even better. Now, I'll take this tiny little brush here. Work that like so. We'll do the same over here. Then maybe back to some of my dark. That's the... What the heck? We'll go bonkers here with Van Dyke Brown and some of the Egyptian Violet, and we're going to try and do one of these little nice edge things here. See that it's not a level thing. See, it's gonna stick up more over here. Maybe it's not gonna be a straight line, that's for sure. It looks like we could actually use a, well, I guess a bit of dark back in there again. Yeah, I know, well, there was the Canadian downward difference there, and I know you were saying the different, well, you had some different sizes of the Napoleonics there. Hopefully, obviously, of the smaller variety, like you say, so that you can do more in a smaller space, for sure. We also, hopefully we still have our reflected light on this. Yes, we do. You can see the reflected light under there. Darken this down too. Now here, for whatever reason, this particular unit, there was all those little crazy circles, almost like the things you see on sprues. There were actually circles here and here. I had to really file those away. And if you're looking to, I think we put most of our files away, but these, I think it's a 20 pack. They're usually $7. This is some of the less coarse, but I usually hit it with the coarse first, and then I use something like this to smooth it down a little bit, take away some of the, well, basically the scratches on it. So yeah, bits run, I think, well, first, I think you kind of mentioned the 15. That's usually what I kind of think of first. And then I saw you went down as small as the 6 mil. But that really does allow you to play some larger unit actions, doesn't it? When you've got 6 mil on a, well, even on just a standard 4x4. I don't know what the grit is. All I know is that this is one of the, that's one of the heftier grits that comes in. It's a package of, again, it's 20 of them, and they're all different ones. There's red ones, brown ones, blue ones, red ones, and they're all part of this. They're all in that same bag, and there's usually, I think, 20 sticks in there, and it's essentially a variety pack. Now, you might be able to buy other packs that have the same grit only, but that's got a whole variety to it, and that's been successful on a bunch of things, resin stuff. I've even used them on metal. Certainly works well on 3D printed stuff. I use it on Muscopy, GW plastic, regular model kits, and there's, oh, look at that, there's Armored Wolf being super helpful as always, right there with the link to the sanding sticks. Right there for you. So again, let's thank Armored Wolf, bestest moderator on the Twitches, of course. Now again, I'm not going to do the, I had been tempted to do a little bit of freehand along the bottom there, but we'll just not do that. We'll just leave it as is, because I kind of want to leave these as close as possible to that first tutorial one that I did. Again, that was another tutorial for the Patreon page. Alright, well, Sarge, you have a good one, and wish I could do that right now myself, too. So, long day at work. Thank you so much, Sarge. Appreciate all the bits, of course. Thank you so much. Now, well, here's hoping that we see you on Monday. I'm going to take my, again, this dark here, and see what the heck I can do with these things. Those are, again, kind of chewed up by some mold lines. That, oh, there we go. That was way too big of a blob of our highlight brilliant yellow pale. So So again, we just added that little bit of minor freehand based on what I saw here. So a lot of times I just let the boxes, whatever it is, let that kind of dictate what might be a possible freehand pattern, or the miniature itself, right? Like this thing here. Oh, just like on this is all part of the same unit. So I said, well, okay, if that's going to have that symbol on the shield, maybe we expand on that and do it there too. I guess the other thing I'm going to actually, MTELE's does I think Conquest Miniatures or maybe Parabellum, do they have a Facebook group? So I just realized that, well, we could post some of this stuff in the Conquest Facebook group, unless they don't have one. I think I might have actually looked, probably saw one and then forgot. But I don't know if Conquest or Parabellum, either entity, has a Facebook page, or a Facebook group, sorry. Taking my blending brush again on some of that darkest dark. We're good here. Now actually I can do a little bit more. Also, we're not going to quite get into fur texture here. Don't need to do fur texture also. I'm going to bring some of this. Again, that is a mix of the Van Dyke Brown and the indigo together. And there we are. Now I see that Arid is she's still streaming right now, so I actually might I know it's jewelry and such, but I never ever get a chance to raid Arid, so I might actually head over that way, because now it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and believe it or not, I still have a video that's got to be edited and also rendered. So I think while we're doing that, we're going to head over to Arid, because now we've got this pretty well set, like our other three. So again, this was last night's stream. This was our Thursday night stream. You can check all of these out. They look pretty darn similar, don't they? Here's the fourth one right there. There's number 4. So all 4 of them. Again, this was a tutorial video on the Patreon page. The basing video, also a tutorial. But as we've done before, we did all the rest of them on the stream here. So sorry, Bithron. I know you just kind of got in here, but again, it's getting late, and we've got some things yet to do. So thanks again to Armored Wolf for doing all of the moderation and such. We appreciate that. Thanks for everybody for the bits, the cheers, the subs, the follows. Limper Napoleon. Look at that. Thank you so much, Limper Napoleon. Speaking of Napoleonics, he says, you know, I think I'm just going to go raid into a 6mm stream, because I'm tired of my King of Horses looking smaller than every other horse. Well, that's what happens. That's what happens when you're Shadowfaxed at 28mm scale, true scale. So thank you so much, Limper Napoleon. Appreciate that follow. So thank you so much, Recoil. Again, we appreciate all the folks that have helped that along and start to make that bar look a little bit greener. So thank you so much. I'm going to get the raid countdown underway here, because it does take a little while to get that going. So thanks again, and of course, Song of Ice and Fire will be, when these are all dry, we'll be taking all of our pictures, and we're off. Well, I guess that ain't going to happen just now. Wait, let's cancel that. Let's cancel that. So Arid, oh, that fat guy, thank you so much, that fat guy. Hello, new little hobbits. So Arid, you're not going to believe this, and of course, I don't know, does it show in the chat? Look whose name is in there for a raid. So thank you so much for the raid, Arid. That's hey, Metalovich, nice to see you again. So Arid, I don't know if you can see it in the chat there, but yeah, we were I was just raiding over your way. In fact, the countdown had ended when all of a sudden you raided. So I went, I think we better cancel this raid. Yeah, that's, I don't know if you can see it there, but I think it shows in the chat. Yeah, there we go. You can see that we tried to raid there. So thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, and again, of course, again, everybody, please give. I'm sorry, please give Arid Can Wife a follow, and of course, Arid, if you want to show any pictures of what you were doing, that would be fabulous. Look at this. We painted not just the miniature, but also we were working on painting the movement tray with all of the fabulous desert textures too. So yeah, Lethal Shadows, we're still around. We're still around. We'll just try and do a few little odds and ends here. Maybe take some pin line washes here in some dark areas. No, actually, no. We're gonna stick with this. I thought, well, maybe we can do some stuff on the movement tray, and then I realized, nope. What we'll do is just be spreading oil paints all over the place. Well, Metalovich, I'm really glad that that's worked out. And of course, Metalovich, if you have any pictures, on the Instas or Facebook or Discord or something like that, we always love it when people show pictures of what they do with the oil painted miniatures. Yeah, Arid, actually, I have to. Well, actually, we've been streaming here for 5.5 hours. I just looked and I went, oh, that's because we actually got one of our earlier starts today. But yeah, Arid, if you wanted to share some of your fabulous Pinstagram, some of your fabulous Pinstagram, they're in the chat. That will be fabulous. And yes, doing really showing a chance what the oils can do, and of course got a chance to show people this whole idea of hands way back here on the brush. So thank you so much, that fat guy, for the follow. Appreciate that. So Arid, who was the co-streamer, the friend co-streaming with you? And of course, Arid, congrats again. I'm thinking that you were able to stream a little bit more freely as far as those concerns. You don't have to worry about those anymore. Okay. So again, if you wanted to shout them out too, well, glad that you could stream with a friend, right? That's not a bad thing at all. And again, everybody, please check out Arid's Pinstagram there, as we like to call it here. Check that out for some fabulous jewelry. Look at this. Okay, so there's a Discord picture, Metalovich, showing you what is possible with the oils, and that is a work in progress image there. So again, everybody, please go check that out, because it really is kind of important for folks that maybe haven't seen stuff with the oils to see as much of that as possible. All right, so thanks, thanks again, Arid. All kidding aside, I thought, oh, we never get a chance to raid Arid ever, and I thought, oh, this is our chance, but I waited too long. And well, actually, I saw you there, and then I forgot to refresh. So I said, oh, I haven't refreshed in a while. I'm sure Arid must be done by now. And then just as our raid countdown was finishing, all of a sudden, you appeared preemptively in the chat. So yeah, we don't have the command stuff here. We don't have a command structure. However, we do have ourselves basically a completed unit, right? All 4 miniatures painted, even through some free handy type stuff out there. Thanks for some medicine here, Arid. That's another reason, because the voice is definitely starting to quit here. But we'll take a little bit of our medicine there so that we can... well, Bithron, it just becomes a rabble. Yes, it just becomes a rabble. and that rabble gets roused. Is Iron okay? Iron Ant is painting, so we can head over Iron Ant's way. But we'll do this. We'll say our farewells again, and all of our thank yous for again the bits, the subs, the follows, and thank you so much, Arid, for the raid. Again, everybody, please give Arid Can Wife that follow. We also want to thank everyone, Rico and Rico's mom, that has also participated in that, and Halligan also did tonight and last night. So we're going to get that raid countdown started here, because that takes, again, a little bit. But here again, look at this, very funsies, right? Look at that. So again, we'll get those up on the Instagrams with our movement tray. And thanks again, everybody, and hopefully we see you Monday night. See you later there, M-Toys, and again, really appreciate you spotting that for me.